testimony with regards to his Twitter acquisition. In the description, not archived, of course, just a tweet, my reaction to it. Why does this seem like awfully convenient timing? Oh, a couple months before the on censoring people. Over that's totally not coincidental. It's not. You have to be a fool to think that it was. Here's the thing. Their allegation is one of the strangest things that I've seen. They're basically
4 people. Let me turn this off.
Now Musk owns X, formerly Twitter.
Let me turn this off. 4 people. Welcome. It's a lot of eyeballs. Oh no, there seems to be more than 4. Seems to be more than 4. I am going live because I received a text from one of the strongest supporters of this group asking, is there going to be a call? And normally I wait for him to set it up. Earlier he had something going on with his home life, and I'm looking. I printed out something I wanted to show you guys. It's very minor though. Ah, here it is. Here it is. It's not a big deal, but what? What? Look, I mean, that is terrible. But you guys, I guess my distinction might not matter, because if you need money now, how does waiting help? But your money is not stolen in MMTLP. When we bought those shares, I bought them in the last week at the highest possible price. The deal was they would give us 2 days of trading afterward. And of course, we didn't get that. So that legitimately is a cost. And it has human costs. But the other side of it was to get shares in a private company, which I was on a space call last night. NextBridge they've set up a camp. They've got workers there. They're going, it looks like, into a drilling program. My point is, you're going to get money back. I think you're going to get a very high return on your money back. Don't tell yourself that your money's been stolen. Don't tell yourself that your money is lost. You're going to get a resolution. You're going to get paid. It's just horrible. It's very difficult. I mean, I have sleepless nights, and I have in the last few days, I've had the pains that come from feeling, like from coming, Churchill's black dog, let's call it. But I just want to emphasize, please don't tell it in your brain so you feel it where it hurts. And I know that pain very well. Don't tell your brain you're losing your money. You're going to get not only your money back, but I think multiples on that. I know that doesn't help. I know that doesn't help with immediate financial needs. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we should set up our own gray market where some people here, maybe we get Richard Hoffman to write up a contract that's binding, and it's recorded at the local courthouse down in whatever, the Oro Grande courthouse, or whatever courthouse that NextBridge is created in. I don't know. Well, how can you give advice if you don't know where the company was? Anyway, I don't know. Is it Nevada, Wyoming, Texas? But you record it in the courthouse, and if there's a contract, people that's recognized. I'm not a lawyer, but people can buy your MMTLP from you. But there has to be a contract in case MMTLP trades at $100. Not trades, is bought out at $100, and you sold it for $15 a share to somebody. There has to be a contract that buyer can rely on, and maybe that's something that a lawyer can help with. But please, telling ourselves that our money is stolen, our money is gone, and that Wall Street's taken it, that leads to depression, that leads to pain, and that leads to decisions that are very difficult, they're not based on reality. You did nothing wrong. I think your brokers did, but they're going to argue they did nothing wrong. And all those people out there that are on the spaces trying to make us feel crazy, we did nothing wrong. Wall Street is slow to recognize this because I think a lot of people on Wall Street do not realize how widespread the fraud is, because most people come in goo goo gaga, I'm working on Wall Street. Isn't this wonderful? The cornerstone of the US markets, which should make them the best in the world, is if you put up your money, you get your stock at settlement. We have all been defrauded because the banksters, not all of them, but the ones that count, have tried to turn our security system into an anagram, that's the wrong word, an analog of the fractional reserve banking system. The fractional reserve banking system relies on the fact that when you put $1,000 in, you're not going to come for all that money all at once. In total, if 1 million of us put $1,000 in our bank, law of large numbers, we're not all coming for it at the same time. Then they lend that $1 million out, create money. By lending the money out, they lend 10 million out to the system. And that's new money. That 10 million goes in. And then it happens again. That becomes 100 million. It is all a giant confidence game. That's the commercial banking side. Well, these banksters, in my judgment, it's my idea, they've taken that exact same concept and they've decided to expand assets, to expand their wealth by doing the same thing with stock certificates. They make them electronic and then they expand them. And what happened with MMTLP, damn it. What happened with MMTLP, I guess my phone rings through. What happened with MMTLP is it would be like a bank run that used to happen before Roosevelt created the FDIC. So what happened with MMTLP is that the system needed the shares all at once. Why? Because you had to put the MMTLP shares into a private company. Well, guess what? It got caught out. It's not as bad as the commercial banking system, which from what I read, There's less than 1% in reserves in the United States commercial banking system. But in the case of MMTLP, it might be that 10-to-1. For every one share of real stock, there might be 10 out there. No one knows the number except Gary Gensler. But that's what's gummed up the works. That's what has frozen everything. But the basic contract of the Wall Street market, that you put up your cash and they owe you what they were contracted to acquire on the other side, still is alive. So what lawyers are trying to determine and educate themselves on is, how much is this going to cost us? Lawyers are ignorant mostly about Wall Street. And then they have to teach themselves. They have to get up to speed. That takes a long time. And they're going to be paid to learn. But I think we've gone through that process. I think 10 months, 11 months is enough time for even the dullest of dullard attorneys to learn what they needed to learn. So that's happened. And then you've got the prime brokers, the broker dealers, the market makers, the regulators, the congressmen, journalists, us. We all have to learn what went on. That takes time. And then the criminals are out there trying to give alternatives that don't make any sense. And the criminals put a guy like Jim Cramer up to say, hey, caveat emptor. Caveat emptor yourself. And then they spend a lot of time trying to confuse people on all these I don't want to run through it because I'm running out of time, but all the stages. Hey, they're crazy. They're greedy. They should have known better. It should only be given to the torchlight, the original G, whatever G is, torchlight holders. We should only give it back at the $2.89 that the criminals drove the stock price down to. It should only be, let's just give everyone their money back. Or at the most, it should be $12, which was the highest anybody paid. The lawyers, because they are hired by the criminals, have to go through every one of those scenarios behind the scenes. It's as predictable as a bad sitcom. All you have to do is cue in the laugh tracks. But we're beyond all that now. We're beyond it. Now, what's on your side? What is on your side? You've got the 5 or 6 insiders that control it. They're oil and gas men. They're wealthy. They're pissed off. On their Twitter, they said on an offer, 600. If it's not 600 or more, the answer is not only pound sand, but pound sand and a lawsuit. I'm paraphrasing. And they are going to strike a deal with their attorneys, with their knowledge, and they're not going to do it on their own. They're going to say, we want this solution applied to everybody. In the meantime, there's a base camp with workers drilling out a pattern of wells in the shallow zone. And it's going on now. And the boo birds will say, well, it's going to take a long time. It doesn't have to. My experience, though, is that it's always something. It's always something that delays. But theoretically, Nextbridge could start cash flowing some of those first wells within 45 to 90 days. This changes everything. They're moving forward. The value is there. So the part of the bargain, some of us were looking forward to seeing what a short squeeze looked like, but Wall Street can't let it squeeze, because then the canard that this is not a thing that Forbes put out, or that the professor they bought from Georgetown goes on Congress and says, it's not happening. Or the apologists out there that say, oh, there's systems in place. You can't, naked short selling is hard. Go try it if you think it's so easy. And then they use the term naked short selling as if it is a strategy. It's courageous. We're short selling naked. No, they're counterfeiting. They are breaking the law. They're not locating shares. That is against securities law. They're not delivering. That's against securities law. But why does it get through? The answer was in FINRA. She said, just carry the short position over to the new company. No one hears it. No one understands it. That's their standard operating procedure. That's what they do in every single corporate action. Why? Because every stock that's publicly traded is electronically traded. And your statement has black and white. You sell, you get cash. But it's a fractional reserve security custodial system. And they got caught out. All of a sudden, they needed every share. And so they're doing everything to fight back. But unless Wall Street just wants to cease to be, they have to honor the other side of the trade. You're not going to get zero. Your money is not stolen. You've got lawyers trying to figure out what the value is, and with all their predisposition to settling, let's prove it, and then we'll settle, and we'll take 40%. You've got journalists who should go back to high school because they're not journalists anymore. You've got congressmen and women that are mostly bought and paid for by Goldman Sachs. You got a president that stumbles around and ages in place, and all of his appointees are paid by Goldman Sachs. Everything's my opinion. But slowly, NextBridge is proving value. Oil's $100 a barrel. This thing's getting big. So while the lawyers go over there and say, Your Honor, your offer, we apply, and it goes on and on and on and on. And while the political dance happens, NextBridge is getting to work. And now you're going to see that Wall Street protects itself. You've got 105 broker dealers. Maybe 3 of them are trapped, and the rest just want out of this trade. They're going to come to a resolution. If they do it this year, they can write the cost off against their taxes. They can take their losses and write it off the American taxpayer. They steal from you, and then they can write it off from the taxpayer. But the good news is they have a high incentive to get it done this year before oil prices go to 150 next year. I'm getting worked up because I can't stand it that people are feeling such pain. I happen to be someone that experiences that deadly pain that comes inside of you, that comes with depression. I know it. And it angers me so much that people have to resort to such desperate times. This is totally unfair. What you're going through, what I'm going through, is totally wrong. Totally wrong. And it starts at Goldman Sachs and the rest of them, and Ken Griffin. And I agree with Richard Hoffman. It's a sickness. How many bloody $45 million condominiums do you need to have? We all leave this world flat on our back. I don't think the planet can take any more of this raping and pillaging. But in any event, please do not despair. I've shown you, and we don't have much time left. I believe your shares are worth $300 to $400 just on a calculation. There's a lot of risk on that. awful lot of risk. I haven't seen the engineering reports. They could drill 5 wells in a row that water out, or they don't really find much, and then all of a sudden the values drop. But in my opinion, your shares are worth hundreds of dollars a share. You're in a private investment that should be worth that much. And when you add in that you're entitled to be non-diluted, I think it gets up over $1,000 a share. Now, before all the boo birds say, "Oh, you're being a hypester," we can't buy it, so I'm not hyping. I'm giving you what I think, with $100 oil and the success they have, is a potential number. But odds are, many of us, you might take a much lower number just to go to cash and just to go, get me out of here, which is what they count on. This shouldn't be allowed. You keep voting, and I do too, for these same people, and you get a SEC. They call it SRO, self-regulating bodies. Well, I think they can't self-regulate. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that another MMTLP holder did this. We're going to prevail. We're going to win in MMTLP. We're going to prevail. And if Finger works out, I don't know if it will, but if it works out, I'd be willing to call Richard Hoffman or Mark Bazile and see if they can set up a contract that's binding, so that maybe some of us who would like to buy MMTLP can buy it from those who need cash at a fair price, agreed price. Because this kind of pain is wrong. You should not have to suffer through this while Gary Gensler sits on his laurels of 125 million. And while that Welsh, WELSH, on the side of the truck said, "We had some fun at Finger Longs," and they get back to splitting their illegal gains. Anyway, I didn't mean, I told myself not to get upset today, but that just breaks my heart. Okay, we have 4 minutes before Ham comes on. This gentleman, Trading Henny, put this up. Now, this is before the stock has run up, but this is for Finger, and it's an inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. This, to me, I'm just telling you what I'm not a technician like Ark or Avid, but this easily goes back to these highs and higher. This is a very bullish pattern. And when it breaks whatever neckline, it goes up. Now, of course, it's already gone. It's already gone on this 15-minute. But I bet if you look at a longer term chart, it has a similar pattern. So I think Finger's we'll hear from him in 4 minutes. We'll hear from him. I'm really sorry to the MMTLP holder who tried to kill themselves. I just wish I could do something. Do you know that? I wish I could do something. The SEC's now going after Elon Musk. Hello?
Hey, William.
Okay, Busy is here.
Hey guys, so I just ended up the space call about 10, 15 minutes ago, and it's really sad with the situation that this nefarious act has put us through every single day in the stock market. You guys know this is why I fight, and I'm going to continue to fight alongside William Ham and also the MMTLP community, because this has to stop, and then people don't understand how it does affect each and every one of us. We've been stolen from here in MMTLP. And sadly today, one of our community members was contemplating suicide. Well, it wasn't going to happen on my watch or Savvy's watch or all of the community's watch. And we came together in the space call, and he was listening in. And I'm happy to say he's in good spirits. We got him some professional help, and he's going to be okay. But guys, you got to stay strong. This is why we spend countless hours fighting against these monsters on Wall Street that are doing this every single day to each and every one of us. And it has to stop, William. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, William.
God bless you. God bless you to save.
God bless you, William.
God bless to save.
Hours and hours and hours here. But you don't truly understand how much it impacts a lot of people that you sit there. They're looking for a home. No, seriously. They're looking for a home to come join you and listen about their favorite ticker. And you bring that ease and that calm to everyone. So, no, thank you.
Sometimes.
God bless you, sir.
Sometimes. I'm so glad that you were there, and I'm going to tune into Ham in 2 minutes, but and you're welcome to stay on or bring anybody on. But the key is we just have to survive until they pay us. The money is not stolen. It is coming in some amount. So.
No, and I'll let you, because I know you're going to have the hamster on, and I really want to hear what he has to say. But I just tuned into your live, and I heard you talking about it. But I just wanted to, out of courtesy, and tell all your viewers that that gentleman's going to be okay. He's in good spirits right now. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful, Busy. That's wonderful what you did.
No, it's the community came together. It's what everyone did, and he was listening in. And it really showed him that we're supporting him. He's not fighting alone, right? We all have our issues, but we need to stay.
Maybe we can do a fundraise or something. But yes, exactly. We're all together on this. We're all one.
So I'll let you be.
Okay. Thank you, Busy. You're the best. Bye. Okay, here we go.
William, you there?
I'm here.
Hold on. All right, everyone. I have William. Friday conference call, 2:00. Again, this is not to buy or sell. This is our opinion about what we're hearing. We're just relaying to you what we're hearing from the front line. We'll start out hot and heavy here for those who are just joining in. All right, the story's all over the street. A short seller is trying to buy a shareholder's position, and the number we're hearing is that the transaction will happen around $13. Again, they're not contacting me. So again, this is what we're hearing. And someone is, there could be 5 shorts in the stock. One of the dark pool shorts is probably tossing in the towel, and he's leaving his friends to rot. That's how it goes. Short sellers always attack each other, and this is the way it works, And this is what we're hearing. I don't control it, but for this stock to go from 7 to 440, back up to 660, this could be the end of the road for these characters. Okay, they're not letting the stock stay up 70 cents today because they're our friends. All right, they're running out of steam. They're probably running out of money. And now they're trying to cover. Now, for those who say, why would anybody pay that high? Well, once they start buying it, you can see there's no stock for sale. All right, it's going to be impossible to buy. So what they do on Wall Street, they find someone with stock, call them up, and try to make a bid for their whole position. That's how it works. All right, so if we're right, this could be over with hopefully on Monday or Tuesday, and see you later. All right, let the shorts suffer. One of their own is reaching out, trying to get people to sell stock to them. and they reached out to a big holder. I spoke to a big holder today and asked him if he wanted to sell at that price, and his answer was no. If they're paying 13, that means it's going higher. I want to buy more. That was his exact words to me, and that's a very big player, and that's the way you're supposed to think. All right. So again, the stock is not up here because we're friends. They have a problem. They're not even selling stock up here, so it's not like they're averaging up higher. All right? There's really nothing going on, 300, 200, 500, whatever it's trading. So if it was trading millions of shares and they drove it down from that point, that's a different story. But it's trading very lightly up here, and the sell-offs have disappeared. All right? Now, I know a guy who has pretty big position to buy, like 200,000, but he's waiting in the bushes for them to attack. That's the way he's approaching it. That's his business, and I told him to buy some and then bid for some, but that's he controls the order, not me. But again, everyone has a different opinion how to do this, but we're hearing it out loud that these guys are holding one of the shorts. Like I said, there could be 5 of them, there could be 10 of them. I don't know. But if you're short 20 million shares and you're a dark pool short, you may say, hey, screw this, let me take my lump here, I'm out of here. And that leaves his buddies to rot. All right. Now, if I sold my stock at 13, okay, you don't think that the seller, whoever it is that owns it, our big holder would turn around and buy back in at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, go the other way again? One person said to me, oh, what the shorts just short it down? Yeah, they're going to pay 13, then they're going to short it back down again. All right. And the guy that sold it at 13 will scoop it all back up again. So again, this is becoming a real trap. Okay, the opportunity is what you see. I can't, you make your own determination. There's no guarantees that it'll happen, but there's no way a big firm, this is how it works, so if you don't know. A short seller calls up, let's say a big firm like E-Trade or Fidelity, and they say, hey, I'm a big buyer of this stock. Do you have anybody who owns it? The broker Fidelity looks through their system and says, hey, we got a guy that owns a lot of stock here. Well, tell him I'll pay him this. That's how it works. That's how Wall Street works. That's why they have these negotiated markets. That's why these guys have dark pools to hide all these trades, institution to institution. If the trade does go down, you won't see the print. It'll be traded in a dark pool. What you will know is that one of our biggest holders has made the trade, sold it, and his guest will step in and just start buying it back up. The other shorts that are here, they'll be getting run over because our guy will have fresh money. He just sold it at 13, and he can buy it back down here and put $5 in his pocket, right? So that's what's going on. That's the story from the front line. Any questions, William?
Well, there's one gentleman who called.
Make that clear first before we move on.
What?
Do you understand what I said?
Oh, yeah, let's talk about it. If it sounds like there's more than one potential seller, but if they sell, let's use 1 million shares, if they sell 1 million at 13, you're saying it's not going to show up on the ticket, but they'll have $13 million to reinvest in the stock. And you're saying it won't solve the problem for the shorts. There'll be other shorts that are left to fend for themselves.
That is correct. One short is going to bite the bullet. Instead of trying to tiptoe in here, trying to cover 100 shares at a time, he's just saying, hey, end my misery. I'm out of here. I'm going to go play someplace else.
Will the buyer from the whale, let's call it a whale, will the buyer require that he's not allowed to buy back stock for a few days?
Oh, sure. So you think that the shorts are the only people with one account?
Okay, that's a good answer. Do you...
The first thing when they say that to me, I'll say, sure. Just like you're not supposed to short when we sign these debentures. Sure, I won't buy back in. I promise you I won't buy back in. Are you kidding me?
I'm sure the guy, they require...
If I sold 10 million shares at 13, you bet your ass I'll be trampling you. That's what I would tell them.
So what goes on Wall Street? I know it's different now, but if that transaction happens, is it super secret or does it get out and then sharks start buying the stock because they know shorts are in trouble?
It's super secret. So nobody here knows anything about it. So if you heard me say about it, it's his secret. Don't tell anybody that we're hearing a short's in trouble. Keep it quiet. It's secret, double secret probation. Listen, these scumbags have been trying to steal and destroy everything. One of them has said I had enough. All right? The amount and the price, I don't know the amount, but the price I'm hearing talked about is $13.
Do you think the attack was to lead up to this? In other words,
so I think the attack was to try to knock it down so that they could buy it back at 10. Why pay 13, right?
Exactly.
But since it bounced back, it's going to cost them more money. So if these characters and these stock pools have stolen billions and trillions, what's the big deal? Lose another 50 million here. It doesn't make a difference, right?
And it doesn't really affect trading, but isn't it ironic that the company they tried to destroy and then dilute the shares at $1 or whatever, now when the stock goes up, the money goes to a shareholder, but it doesn't go to the company. It's all backwards. The destruction of U.S. companies.
If I own 10 million shares at a firm, I would be getting the call. But I do not own 10 million shares. So I'm kind of low on the totem pole. That's how it works on Wall Street. When I needed to buy 10 million shares of Motorola back in the day, when I got an order from Yamamichi with Daiwa Securities, I would hit up institutional ownership, okay? And I say, I see everybody who owns it, and all you have to say is, okay, now that I see everyone who owns the stock, who's been selling it? And I look down and say, oh, look at this. Citibank has been liquidating Motorola. So I would call up Citibank and say, hey, I got, 5 million Motorola to buy. And they go, oh, we're a seller of that. I'll sell you 3 million. And I say, thank you very much. And then we pick a price. That's how it works.
If one short covers, is somehow miraculously the problem gone for the remaining shorts?
Okay. All right, William, you okay? Did you hit your head today? You're okay?
I know I'm trying to ask elementary questions, so maybe
right,
I'm.
I just want to make sure. If I own the stock at 6 and someone wants to buy 10 million shares to me at 13, and I'm a believer that this is going to be a big home run swing,
Right.
I can sell it at 13 and then come back and buy 10 million shares back again. And if it costs me $10 to buy them all back again, I'm still putting $3 in my pocket, right?
Right.
I still have the same position.
Well, if you're wealthy, you can pre-buy those shares before it goes up and then just collect the cash on the other side.
Well, the other day I said that the gentleman who got the call, he bought another 300,000 shares. And if you read Dan Borders, he posted about it. He said he told the buyers to go pound salt, right? That's what he posted, right?
That's painful.
And he bought 300,000 shares. So it's getting around. It's not just, it's not just me hearing it. Other people are hearing it.
Do you think the stock price goes to 13? My own opinion is it does, because markets, this is true price discovery. But anyway, I'm asking.
When the other shorts figure out that one of their own has slipped out the back door, short sellers, if I short a stock and I tell William to short it, this guy shorts it, some other guy shorts it, we all look at each other because I'm the guy who got you short, right? And
right.
People start to slip out the back door. They don't trust each other's shorts. That's how you get a short squeeze. We discussed this before. Multiple shorts are better than one short because they all panic at different levels. Right now, in this stock, we thought we had one kamikaze short, right, that was willing to lose everything. But now we have a few dark pool players that are short. Okay, and they are starting to break rank, meaning that they're looking at their leader. Let's say it's Lynn Partners. They're saying, Lynn, yeah, I won't be around Monday. I'm going to be busy. He's too busy covering his position. And when Lynn finds out, they get run over then. I'm sure Lynn Partners is hearing what we're hearing and is getting nervous because they know once one guy turns on them, everyone turns.
Do back offices, if there are such a thing, do they communicate with each other after the buy-in?
No.
No. So the other margin clerks have to figure out themselves.
It's just a number. No one's sitting here looking. No one's reading the paper in the dark pools and saying, "Oh my God, the stock is 7. Someone just paid 13. What's going on here?" That'll be a non-event.
So margin doesn't necessarily tighten up. Do you think the fact that Canadian markets are closed on Monday?
Yes, it's a big deal. The Canadian markets are closed. I have no idea, and I don't give a shit about the Canadian markets.
That's a question. So does the stock?
Canada has an equity market.
I already asked you this, but I'm going to ask it again because I guess I wasn't listening. Does the stock price then go to 13, or are they able to keep it down by doing it?
I think it'll go down. The guy who sells it at 13, he's just going to walk away and have a party. That's what he's going to do. He waited 3 years for that, and he's going to.
Everybody, Ham is directing that at me, not at you guys, the audience, because I'm asking stupid questions. So not legal advice is asking you in the example you gave, if that short was down 100 million, but he's willing to pay 200 million to get out. In other words, he's down right now, but he's willing to really make his loss bigger by getting out at 13. That's what.
Or it's not legal advice, Richard. He could just sit here, close his eyes, and buy it back at 100 and say, okay, thank God I didn't take that loss of $100 million because Richard thought I wouldn't take that loss. I'm going to take it, Richard. I'm going to lose $1 billion for you instead. I'm sorry, Richard.
Oh, you're fine. He'll come back with something.
I had no pot gummy last night, so I'm in a pissed off mood.
Have you heard anything on the street or from Univest about their intentions, and hopefully they're getting ready to crush the shorts? William Tuck Keating, realtor.
I'm trying to close my pool. I'm actually soaking wet with slime and dirt because I do it myself. So no, I did not. I'm not asking. I've heard one story today, and I don't give a shit what anybody else has to say. That is something you need to focus on because that is the story. If you were playing poker, everybody plays poker. They put sunglasses on. They don't look up. They hide their expressions, everything. You have a short seller calling up a big firm, trying to find someone that would sell them millions of shares of stock, and they're willing to pay higher for it. That is someone who's playing poker, who's sitting here, who can't hide his emotions, so you can see the whole thing. That's the only way I can describe it to you. You don't get that information all the time. Actually, you never get that information.
Do you think the shorts who joined in for fun are going to want to go into the weekend short?
I think the shorts that joined in for fun are starting to turn on Lynn Partners. And you got the example. How do they turn? They don't turn by buying 5,000 shares of 542, whatever price it is, 642. That means nothing.
Okay.
If they go to the marketplace and start buying and say, okay, I'm going to buy 1 million shares in the market so that I don't have to pay $13 for all that stock, they may drive the stock up to 10 and have to pay $16 for it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
They're trying not to disrupt their own game. They know looking at the stock today. Today's a normal day of trading. If you ask me, this is normal. People want to buy it. People want to sell it. It's nice and normal. Very quiet, right?
Yeah.
The other day, yesterday, it was like all over the place. Like a drunken driver was driving this car. up, down, kill it, up, kill it, down. Now it's completely different. One day later, all the stock went to 640 yesterday, and here it is, we're at 640 again. All those shares they sold to try to knock it down, and we're right back here. What's different? They must know somebody's on the verge of breaking. Somebody knows something. On the short side, forget the long side. On the short side. The longs look at this thing like you're looking at it, or Richard Hoffman's looking at it, or Disney Brands and everybody else. This is too good to be true. Oh my goodness, could this be the end? That's how we look at things. I can't believe it. It's another false alarm. We don't know. It's a bullshit rumor. Blah, 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 blah. But somebody knows something on the short side. Otherwise, why are they killing it down to 450 again? What's the big deal? They did it the other day. No?
Yeah.
They control the narrative. The other day, they controlled the narrative. They drove it to 450. Yesterday, the stock started to get away from them. What did they wanted to control the narrative. They drove it down as fast as it went up. And today, let's be good guys. Let's let the stock go up so all the investors can be happy today and go home happy over the weekend. Let's be nice guys. The other day, they would fuck your mother, these guys. Today, they're going to be nice to you. Right? That's what we say in Brooklyn.
I know. I can't repeat it.
Oh, that's how it, unfortunately, listen, guys, this is a scumbag game. So take your head out of your ass. This is not the stock market. This is all security fraud. You're trying to take advantage of someone trying to take advantage of you. All right? As working as one, we have the opportunity to change your lives. That's what this is about. The SEC is a disgrace for allowing this. I didn't allow this. They did. We just added it up, calculated it, exposed the criminals, and this is what you're saying. Is the SEC on their ass? Maybe. Did the DOJ knock on their door? Maybe. Something has changed drastically. And if you can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you anymore.
I suppose if they buy those shares, the seller's not going to be able to publicize it and let the press know that.
No, listen, so when you do that transaction, the short seller is going to tell the world, hey, I just took $100 million hit.
No, I know.
And no one's going to say anything. And the key to the whole thing is that if the transaction happens, the guy who sells it is coming back to buy it. That's all you need to know. There's going to
be no disclosure.
The problem is that when the big investor sells it and he goes to buy it back, let's say he sells 10 million shares, the stock can run and take off. He only may be able to buy back 2 million shares.
Right.
So his chance of a lifetime could disappear. That's the risk that he runs.
Right. Do you think...
And that's why my other big friend that I asked if he wanted to make a sale, he said, absolutely not. If they're willing to pay that price, that means it's going higher. I want to buy more. That's the proper way to look at that.
Do you think naked shorts, to call them that, are buying stocks somehow so they can benefit from...
yes, they just took 100 shares.
I'm just going down here. I'm sorry for...
I'm just saying that you can see that retail people have been acquiring it. Slow and steady. You can see the orders come in. All of a sudden, there's a flurry, a couple of orders, and it starts to trade up again. And it's normal right now. It's 36 to 39. Someone's got 8,000 shares at 39. Maybe they paid $6 for it and they want to flip it. Yesterday, if there was 8,000 shares for sale, they didn't offer it at $6.39. They sold it down to $6. Sell my 8,000 shares as fast as you can and as low as you can. Today's a different day. Today they're offering. That is the sign. It could be a short, but that is a sign of a normal market, which is sitting right now. So if you said to me today, this is all fraud, I would sit there and say the complete opposite. Today's a normal day in stock trading world in Ping Emotion. This is what normal trading should look like. Yesterday, and the attack on Monday were abnormal trading days. That's where you can see the fraud. Okay, that's very different than what you're seeing today. So there was just 8,000 for sale at 639, and it's disappeared, and it hasn't traded in this 200 shares there. I think maybe just traded some now. But anyway, this is normal trading today, up 64 cents and standing there like a trooper, like the Statue of Liberty, standing tall here. How's that possible? Where yesterday the stock couldn't stand tall at any number for a second. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Very different, right? My belief is...
Hit it means sell it, sell it, sell it. Take means
selling
buy.
it, selling it, sell it quickly. Hurry up.
Yeah.
For this all of a sudden to pop up, what we're discussing, could the DOJ, could the SEC be investigating what's going on in finger motion? My answer to that would be a very high probability. Because all of a sudden, this stock has a complete different look. And if anybody on this phone call doesn't think so, then you haven't been paying attention to what goes on here. Because this stock has been like trading like NVIDIA or Tesla up and down with wild swings for days. Every time the longs took it up, the shorts bashed it down faster. And today they just said, the shorts are sitting there saying, okay, I'm going to sell 200 more shares at 638. They can't average up. There's not enough volume to make a difference here. Does Richard, it's not legal advice. Do you understand that? Any questions? Ask him. You're an attorney. You're free. You get a get out of jail card for asking a stupid question. Go ahead.
He hasn't done it yet, but he will.
Listen, I'm only joking, everybody. Come on.
He's going to point out that you're being shellfish. That was his first joke, something about a shrimp and a fish going on a date, and one was shellfish. I don't know. There's not a lot of questions. It's more a lot of
to understand Wall Street. Things happen behind the scenes that we're not privy to. Like if Fidelity Management was the seller of the stock, we would know nothing about it. But this is more of a retail company. So a retail stock with big investors that have been speaking and telling what's going on. What do they see at a higher level? And this is how you get the information. So if our big investor is correct, this thing is ready to go. The stock, to me, without all the information that we talked about, is ready to go. Something has changed. Richard, it's not legal advice. Something has changed. There's something in the air. It's the smell of a dead short on the side of the road. That's what it looks like to me. Or they just fell into Jaws' throat, his mouth. I love that post. Whoever put that up was fantastic.
What was it?
On Twitter, someone put a photo. It's actually, what do you call it? A GIF. One of those, whatever it is. They put it's Jaws on the back of the boat, and it says the short sellers defending the stock today, and they're almost sliding into the mouth of Jaws. It's pretty funny.
That's great. Does the Fed have a trading desk?
Does the Fed have a trading desk?
That's the question.
Yes, I don't think they have anything to do with finger motion. I think it's more of a futures trading desk and things like big caps. The Fed is here to save the equity market, not to save finger motion. They could give a rat's ass about what happens here.
Not legal advice says the trading definitely feels different today.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard.
But he said that's not trading advice. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. I said that.
I want your opinion. Your opinion is that if you see the stock and you watch it every day, you can sit there and say, wait a second. I went and had a sandwich, came back, and the stock is in a 1 cent range for 2 hours. I'm outside closing my pool, I've come back in and the stock is up and down a nickel. Yesterday, I walked outside, I came back, the stock was up and it was back down almost in the red in 6 minutes on millions of shares.
So I'm asking this question. So if it's stupid, you can make a wise ass comment back to me. But can Wall Street behind the scenes solve this problem on its own?
No.
Okay.
No one in the back offices are going to do anything here. Robert Shapiro, the SEC, lets the shorts. Short squeezes are a way to get rid of bad actors. There you go.
That's fantastic. So one gentleman's pointing out when this hits 7, if it does, the new short should be down $3 million. The real short, that real one, which is not a bad point. 2.5 million shares on the real short at $5 maybe average.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, they averaged up a little bit more the other day. They sold enough. We're up to 2.6 million. So they sold from 1.8 to 2. They sold another 800,000 between here and there. So they're probably short at 560 now, but they're short more shares.
They don't look like geniuses when they can't cheat.
There you go. That's a great answer. There you go. When the playing field is level, look how hard it is, right?
There you go. There you go. When the cards aren't marked, they don't win so much.
Right. When we get our cards face them. We get to see the back of the deck and looking at our cards. We're going to go all in here. You have nothing. I know. Okay, great. Thank you.
Do you think there's a domino tipping point? What price just ends it? 7, 10, 13?
It's close. I think it's close. And maybe that's why someone is trying to cover a lot of shares, because they know at 7, that's when it, if this stock goes through 7, let's say, and it gaps, it can go right through 13. So the gentleman that's selling the stock maybe at 13, he may never get a chance to buy back 1 share.
I don't have Ham's trading expertise or wisdom, but in my experience, if they do a trade at 13, even if it's off the market, that's where the stock is headed. You never get away with it. The stock's headed then to 13, but that's my experience.
No one's ever going to know about it. If I hear about it, I'm going to keep it quiet. I'm never going to tell anybody about it. I'm going to have a plane fly past your house.
This gentleman points out that maybe it's because the United States Attorney Martin Estrada launched a corporate and securities fraud strike force. Maybe some of these, they just want to get off the page so they're not investigated. I don't know.
I don't know how you just said, but that's okay.
Well, U.S.
You're saying that they have a new task force to investigate fraud,
right?
But they don't want. Are you telling me the shorts want to get away from it? They don't want to be part of it.
That's my point. They want to get away.
Well, that's the funniest thing. We've been saying that for 3 years. The police are standing here, and you're still standing in the vault like no one can see you. That's how crazy this is. But I think the game is ended. I think that there is the DOJ. I do think the FBI, the DOJ, the SEC has no choice but now to go after the low-hanging fruit. Who is the low-hanging fruit? Lynn Partners, the Kramers, Yorkville. They're not going after Citadel. Citadel's pointing the finger and says, all right, go get those little vultures and eat them up, and everyone will be happy. That's what they're going to do.
If the shorts buy the shares at $13 and they tell the seller, you're not allowed to buy stock back for 2 weeks, couldn't the seller just give it to his wife so she could buy it? Or to his mother, or to his friend, or to another LLC? It's a question that's been asked 3 times here. So,
okay, so this is how Wall Street works. The short sellers have multiple LLCs. So when you do a deal with Lynn Partners, they say, we won't short, we promise you. But Lynn Partners has many different LLCs, and one of their other LLCs will be the short seller, and they use their cousin's name on the LLC. On the long side, if I sold stock at 13 and they said, you can't buy it back, I would sit there and say, yeah, okay, no problem. And I'd be writing on a piece of paper to my assistant, hurry up, go down the block, open up an LLC, and start buying the stock all you can, and I'll lend the money to it. That's what I would do.
Yeah, and there's no way the whole transaction will stand secret. Somebody will tell a buddy somewhere, and
that's what happens. There you go.
And then they, everyone wants to make a fast buck, including, it looks like, that congressman that Anna put up who made a fortune shorting stocks, the senator or congressman.
Listen, I can't get into chasing the government. I'm here chasing a crook. I need to get those people.
Could the earnings announcement pending be a reason? I doubt it, but we'll listen to your answer.
How many times have you heard me talk about earnings?
You do all the time. You're always pumping earnings.
Yes, okay. I'm pumping up the earnings. That's my job. I don't even know what day they come out. I heard they're coming out. The CEO said they were good. I have no idea. That's all I know. That's the extent of my knowledge of the earnings.
Just for everyone to understand, it sounds like you're aware of 2 people have been contacted to have their shares bought, but the biggest one has said no. It's only the smaller one that's considering it.
I don't know who the smaller one is me.
All right.
And I wish they call me up because I would sell it a minute at 13 and I buy back twice as much at 7.
Right.
Remember, one short is taking the bullet. He's sitting there, he's thinking about cash. He wants to cover and take his loss. It happens a lot on Wall Street. They start to panic and they get out. Okay? It happens all the time. But what happens when a short seller panics and covers? Well, that is what happened in GameStop. One short seller panicked and he set off a chain reaction and they all started to panic. That's how it works. So if you said to me, what does anything look like? It looks like the beginning of a GameStop or a Volkswagen short squeeze because the shorts start to panic. They're in over their head and they have no choice now what to do.
That's a good point to talk about. The real short or some of these tag-along shorts, how much net worth do they really have? How big of losses could they really absorb? They're hot money, aren't they? Hot traders?
I believe that the short that's trying to cover would be a naked short in a dark pool.
Okay.
I believe that the real short is going to wet his pants when he finds out that his buddy's trying to cover because he's stuck. He's stuck and he has to go buy this in the open market. So if our friend sells it at 13, he starts buying it, the real short has to compete with him buying shares. So when they each go to buy 5,000 shares, they're each going to have to split 2,500. 2,500. There's 10,000. We each get 5,000. That's the race.
They're breaking ranks. It's Jeremy Irons. First, smarter, or cheat, and it's better to be first.
In the short squeeze game, or just look at the criminals when they attacked us the other day. All those guys saying, I called it, the stock was going down, I told you first. Because they sold it first, right? They want to make as much money as possible. So on this side of the coin, the guys that short, they were looking around saying, you know what? I've been short this stock for 2 years. I can't be in it anymore. I'm out. So I'm going to take a loss on this one. You know what? I'll just go and kill Nvidia. I'll make back the $10 in no time over there. That's what they do. Or, they're going to try after another stock. That's what they're going to try to do.
So Yaz is asking, confused, which is better? Sell to the short at 13 and buy back at these prices, or just hold on because you never know when it'll rip?
That's
the dilemma.
Question. That's so. To me, I like to see the big players sell at 13 and come back and buy it back, because that assures all of us that the stock's going higher, right?
Right. But they risk that they can't buy it all back.
The stock, if he sells it at 13 and he tries to buy back 10 million shares or 15 million shares, he tries to buy it back, and he buys back 300,000 and the stock is now 16. Are you going to be upset that this very wealthy man didn't make more money, or are you going to be happy for yourself?
Do you think it would be best for Univest to wait until after the earnings to make something?
Listen, Univest does what they do. I don't control. I have no idea. My opinion how they should operate is my opinion is very different than everybody else how they operate. I don't believe in slow and steady. I believe you just got to keep attacking, but they know what they're doing better than me. They have the track record better than me.
Not Legal Advice is admonishing the listeners that HAM only focuses on fundamentals.
I'm still trying to figure out what Apple does. I thought they were selling apples for years.
I think Not Legal Advice has your number.
Yes, he's pretty brutal. His humor is way above my pay grade.
I wouldn't want you to be in a courtroom with him. On the other hand, I wouldn't want him on a trading desk against you. So different skills.
He'll be sitting there. Where'd all my clothes go? Wait a second. I have no clothes, and now I own a bridge.
In London, which is in Arizona. Do you think the move could happen pre or post market, or is it going to happen during?
I can't. I don't know. The trade, you won't see the trade. No one's going to see the trade. It's called.
Well, that one, but at some point this is going to spill over. I would imagine that if a short is buying even 5 million shares like this, there's got to be more shares that need to be bought than just that 5 million.
Just look at the stock. It's trading 1 million shares today. It's not even trading. Look at what happened yesterday to today. We're up 70 cents and it's not even trading.
Right.
If you did, listen, they may attack in a second, but what good is the attack? All they're going to be doing is selling stock cheaper again, correct?
And building another hole.
Or, like, for example, at 645, what are they going to sell? 100 shares here at 645?
Right.
The volume is dried up. They can't. It doesn't make. This is the worst thing that can happen. No volatility. And if someone came in and bought 5 million shares and they shorted it at 650 and then drove it down, that's a trade. What are they going to short it? Maybe we sold 300 shares at 647. Let's drive it down. Maybe we could buy it back at 6 and make 300 shares times 50 cents, $150.
So the other day I said, we'll see it in the volume, and you said, no, we'll see it in the price. This gentleman is asking, I think it's a gentleman, Kilvey, is asking, will a buy-in move the stock $1 or $5 or $5 or $10 or $20 or $50? When a buy-in comes,
if they start buying it in,
yeah,
it's going to be huge numbers, jumps. Because here we are at 647 and people are not selling. We're almost at $7 and people are not selling a share. If you're in the stock, if you've been in the stock for a year and you paid $7 for it, are you going to race to sell it at 8?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think people, listen, there's people that are nervous. I got it. But this didn't even start yet. By taking the volatility out from yesterday to today, what changed? Something has changed. Are the FBI or the DOJ or the SEC serving somebody? Has a market maker been served? as Lynn Parton has been served. Something somewhere has changed from yesterday to today. Yesterday it touched 649. I told you, I went to the bathroom, I came back, it was 577 on millions of shares, 2.6 million to be exact. So now it's 648. Every share they sold yesterday is underwater, is a negative. Every share.
Well, I thought they were so smart and retail was so dumb.
Right, so here it is, we're up here, and we're like, okay, you made this big show yesterday for what? What did it do? Nothing. We're right back here. They either know that there's people standing at 6.25 or 6 to buy sizable positions, and they know they don't want to go that way. All right. There's professional buyers all around, and what professional buyers do is they stay in the highs, and when they attack, they scoop it up.
Somebody said there's 10,000 on the ask. I'm sure it's a spoof, but is there? And it doesn't matter anyway.
It doesn't make, at this point, it doesn't make a difference. Yesterday, if there was 10,000 for sale, what did they do with it? They sold it down to lose 50 cents, trying to mark it down, right? Today, there's 10,000 for sale at 650, and it's just sitting there. What's different? Something's different, right?
Right.
When it goes through past 650, it'll make a new high for the day and start drifting to 460 and start drifting higher and higher.
I have to paraphrase because I forgot the exact words, but there's not enough volume pre-market or post-market to cover these shorts is basically the question he was asking.
You think that they're going to cover all this in a pre-market? Or this is a very different stock. This is a stock that has withstood every attack to get slaughtered, has fought back all the time.
Who makes if it becomes a buy-in, not by the short seller, but by the margin clerk, for lack of a word, who makes that decision? When does it happen?
Well, you met my friend, and he told us if his mother was short and she got a margin call, if she doesn't bring the money immediately, he has no choice but to buy her in. How do they buy her in? As fast as possible. Because if you tiptoe, it gets worse.
Right.
All right. That Wall Street is about, if you have a trading error, you clean it up fast because they always get worse.
This gentleman says covering could take days, not hours. Yeah, it could.
That's correct. Not if you go out and you're short 20 million shares and you get someone to sell you 20 million shares in one transaction. For that short seller, his day is over with, right? In a second.
Right.
Instead of standing there screaming, hurry up, there's 300 offered, take it. Oh my God, there's 514, buy it. You missed it, it's 18, go buy 200. That's the difference.
I like this point, Ryan Sartell. I just realized Webull was loaning out my shares. Not anymore. I like that.
They've done it to so many people. A friend of mine called me today. He said Fidelity was lending out his shares. I mean, look at how they keep trying to do it. So put your stock out there for sale. Pick a number today. If you're not allowed to use it good till canceled today, put in today, day only. Put it out at $20.
Yeah, the GTs, they might limit your GTCs. Just try day orders. I don't think they'll limit that.
Put a day order out there. Listen, most people are sitting around watching it all day, so you can always cancel it. If you're not paying attention and you're on a plane, you have to put an order in just to protect yourself. That's all.
Yeah.
Do you want me to recap this again, how it works?
I would love you to recap for everybody.
Okay, my wife brought this piece of German chocolate cake home last night. It was excellent. I ate the whole goddamn thing. Then I followed it up with a hot dog, a Coke, and then I'm trying to close my pool. You want me to recap the rest of my day, or you want me to recap the stock?
I think you can stop right there. I just hope you washed your hands afterward.
Yeah, I watched them in the dirty pool. So, again, okay, this is information, not from me, okay? A big shareholder was contacted by a big brokerage firm that they have a buyer interested in buying all their stock. The price was 11. I'm told that the investor wants to sell it at 13, and I'm told they're looking to commence this trade on Monday. So let's see what happens, all right? But they're close. Listen, when you go to buy something, I'm going to go buy William's car. William wants $20,000 for it. I'm bidding 15. William says, I'll sell it at 19. I say 16.
It sounds like real price discovery, which is missing in our markets.
And if you say to them and they say, I'll give you 19, you say, no, I want 21. I'll give you 20. No, I'll give you 22. No, I'll sell it to you at 13. Well, I don't want to pay 13. I want to pay 11 for it. It's 13. And that's price discovery. So that's what's going on behind the scenes. Will the transaction happen? I'm not involved in it. I hope so. If the gentleman that sells it at 13, what would he do? I think he's pretty smart, and he'll sell it at 13 and say, oh, my God. Let's say he sold 1 million shares. I got $13 million in cash. I can go back and buy 2 million shares or 1.5 million shares now. The problem is if he sells it at 13, the opportunity may disappear. And as soon as that trade happens at 13, the stock can open at 15 and he'll be without any shares for the run. That's what that guy has to determine. The big fund that I talked to about, if he wanted to make a sale, he said, no way do I want to sell stock at 13. If they're paying 13, that means it's going a lot higher. And he goes, I'd rather be a buyer than sell any stock if they're paying 13. So there's two ways to look at it. One big fund manager says if someone's paying 13, there's no way I'm selling it at 13. And the other gentleman who owns it say, hey, I'll sell it to you at 13 and I'll try to buy it back. That's the sneaky way of trying to do it. But you know what? The other guy's saying, screw that, I wouldn't sell it. And that's how people look at things like that.
Right.
Because I would do it, I would sell it and try to buy it back. What's the worst that can happen? If I paid 6 for it, I made 7 points, 20 million times, I make $140 million, and I'll see you later. We give a rat's ass what happens, right?
Right.
If I miss it, I miss it. But if it's an opportunity where I sell it at 13 and I can go buy it all back up to 10, I'm a winner.
Right.
So that's the way I look at it. But real money managers look at it a different way, saying there's no way I would sell it at 13, because if they're paying 13, that means it's going way higher.
So many people are asking, what's your high price on Fingers movement?
It depends on what we're seeing now. If there's dark pool and short sellers in here, these people in these dark pools, these big short sellers, okay, besides Lynn, they know how to take a loss. They just fold up, see you later, buy me in, I lose $100 million. Hey, what can I do? I stole $3 billion. What's the difference? I lose.
Yeah, they lose. Their whole business model is, or what criminal business model? On 90 trades, we make money. On one, we lose.
That's it. So that's how they look at it. Lynn Partners looked at it differently. Hey, we sold so many shares. If we can't knock this down, we're out of business and going to jail. Very different, because they do not have the money to buy back all the shares they sold. Very different. The dark pool short seller, which is just a computer generated short, has trapped himself, and he's sitting there saying, hey, I got billions of dollars. This is what I do. We're stuck in this one. And you know what? Get me out. I don't want to pay attention to it anymore. And that's what they do. They take their bullet and move along. And the poor short seller, the criminal, Lynn Partners, can't afford to get in the way of this. They just get blown out.
They get blown out, yep.
That's exactly right.
Will a market crash affect any of this?
No, it'll make it go up.
Somebody's buying $100 worth of Powerball. Okay, great. If there's 50 million shares and a short is looking for 10 million, that's 20% of the company. Yeah, that's a good point.
No, you see, the numbers are wrong. If we say the short is 180 million, the 20% of the company, those numbers are all out of sync because those numbers are not correct.
I was reading in the Crappy Barra report that you and I are always promoting that there's 150 million shares short. And apparently it's just not true according to that analyst. Apropos nothing.
Tell that analyst to get me the proof.
He doesn't even name himself.
Listen, I don't want to listen to fools.
All right.
You can see the volume every day. Those that puts up the numbers, we don't even have an exact count. I stopped counting for the most part. The only reason I jammed it from 170 to 180 is because I figured they were going to lighten up. But instead they increased it. We've been selling short at least 1 million a day for the last 2 weeks. So that's another 10 million. Easy 10 million. Yesterday was over. I'm sure it was 2 million yesterday. The day before, the other day was 4 million. I mean, it's just insane, the numbers.
Is 650 the Maginot line right now? Is it the fight is $6.50?
Listen, if I was watching this stock all day and with the normal trading pattern that you see now,
yeah,
I would just buy my stock, turn off my computer and go home. Because the stock I'm telling you, something has happened behind the scenes. It's not legal advice, but I can tell you this, that somebody has been served. Something is going on. Someone's asking a question about Finger Motion because since we put the truck back up there with the movie crew, something is different that has happened. We've got 2 major attacks in 2 days. We got a fake report, okay? And all of a sudden, on the 4th day, which is today, everybody fell asleep? I don't believe it.
So this gentleman is asking, do you think there will be another attempt to push it down before today's close?
Why would they continue to wait? There's 100 shares to buy. What are they waiting for? If you're going to push it down, push it down. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
I don't need it to go up anymore. I'm fine. 645, it's okay by me. But 645, it doesn't make a difference. If it closes 670, does it change your life? If it closes at 7, does it change your life? No, doesn't change my life.
One of your listeners is upstate by the casino, and she wants to know, is there an amazing pizza place outside of New York City?
I'm not an upstate person. I used to go skiing at Hunter Mountain all the time. That was a big Brooklyn thing. We all went to Hunter Mountains back in the day, but I lost track of that. My skiing days are over.
I don't know what a SAG actor is. Screen Actors Guild, maybe. There's one listing if you need an actor for your documentary. He's also hoping for $7 in the Power Hour.
I hope you get to $7. And when we have the party in Vegas, we'll have you come in and play an actor. We'll give you a part.
He'll play you on the documentary.
Well, we're going to have him play me at the party. We'll get him a toupee. Make him walk around with a glass of champagne. And everybody will say, there's him. There you And if he can sing, it'll be great.
Well, maybe he can dance. You took dance lessons.
I took dance lessons. That's bullshit. I'm a good dancer. Where's KYP? I'll teach you to hustle. Where is it?
KYP's here. She's sending you her.
I'll teach you to hustle. I used to hang out.
You know the
I
hustle?
grew up right by where was it? 2001: Space Odyssey, where they filmed what's his name? Saturday Night Fever. I was right near there. That's where I grew up.
Oh, I love that starting of Saturday Night Fever.
All right. And then we all went to, I don't know, KYP's too young, but we all went to Pastels. So for all my guys from Bensonhurst and everywhere, we all know the clubs. We all around the same place. I know we got a nice crew on the phone from Brooklyn here. So, and my friends from Brooklyn say, the short sellers face to face, they will crumble. Trust me, I've seen the toughest guys in the world crumble. There's always somebody tougher. There's always someone bigger. Remember that. Anyway, go ahead.
KYP can do the hustle.
That's what I'm talking about. There you go. I knew I liked it.
I once went, there used to be a place here called Kilimanjaro. I went late and there's all these people dancing the electric slide. And the couple women came over to help me do it. I couldn't get it. But that was I used to like to listen to it.
I'm going to buy you a year's worth of dance lessons at Fred Astaire. You'll be like Fred Astaire when we're done. We'll get you the umbrella. You'll be singing in the rain.
Singing
dancing in the rain.
Sorry.
Does everybody understand how that transaction can transpire? Something is going on that this transaction has sort of, it's like we got a boa constrictor around the stock. I don't know what's going on. Why has it parked itself right here? I don't know.
What I don't know that everyone understands how powerful some of this information yesterday and today that you have. It's not normal to know this, that there's a buy-in or behind the scenes back and forth offer. It's not normal.
Well, this is Wall Street.
I know, but for retail to know this is not, I've never gotten an advance order that notice that there's a big buy offer for millions of shares.
I've told you this happens all the time. Wall Street, everyone talks. That's what it's about.
Yes, but my point is that people here are getting really good information. That's all my point is. Don't lose faith in the trade.
Well, listen, again, this is a tough business. You have to move fast. Here, I have hundreds of people that work on the street. I have a friend of mine that's got friends in stock loan and buy-in department, all looking for anything to get an edge for us. All right, everyone's on the lookout. All right, so that's how it happens. We've been hearing someone's in trouble in this stock for a while.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes it takes a little while for it to come out, but it comes out.
Well, I'm running out of questions for you. Do you think MMTLP will be settled soon?
It'll be settled just the way I described it this way. It's going to be settled in a gray market. They're going to call you up and say, hey, we'd like to give you $20 for your stock. And you're going to sit there and say, no way, this is worth $8 zillion. Well, you can sit there and say, you know what? I'm flat broke. Give me the $15. Get the fuck out of here. Give me my money. And I think that's going to happen a lot of times.
That's a weird question. Does Ham know about Unique Pizza and Subs and what the Kramers did there? And this is from a real listener. But I don't know. Weird question.
I have no idea. I don't listen. If I bumped into the Kramers, I wouldn't know. The only person I figure I'd find out in the crowd would be Charlie May with that big piece. He walks around and that cigar looks like a big shit in his mouth. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. Anyway, that's the only guy I probably recognize. The other characters, I don't know. I never met them. I know nothing. I never knew their names. I knew nothing about it. To me, it's just a stock and a symbol and a number. And they're on the wrong side. That's the way it goes.
$20 on the grade.
Picture. I'm going to put this back up again. Maybe this will give everybody a hint. If you look at the Twitter, I just put up there, there's someone put a purple sticker about GTI and a short squeeze. And there's a brokerage firm there. Maybe that'll give you a hint. Maybe it's not legal if I could figure it out. He's good at figuring a lot of things out. But that's when he has time. He can actually sit down and figure it out. Now he has to figure it out in real time. Let's see how he does. I'm actually looking for the Bed Bath & Beyond where I posted this story about the big buy order. I don't know how I look for it. I just put in the ham short killer and I put in the BBBY and hopefully it'll pop back up. But again, I posted that. I heard there was 30 million shares to buy. And I believe it's through Morgan Stanley. We heard it's with their desk. And the stock went from $4 to $35. So people do talk, and there it was. Some guy wrote, OC, William called me an idiot for buying BBY, but I'm up 20,000 on it.
I'm not sure I called him an idiot, but I thought it was a bad trade. I was wrong. It's now delisted. It's now called Butterfly.
That's what the company's called now?
Well, what happened is a company called Butterfly purchased.
The motion just went through 650, now it's 657. So it looks to me that the short seller, one of the short sellers, is trying to cover, and it may be dragging another short seller saying, hey, you know what? Tony Rocky Horror is trying to cover. I'm going to start covering too. Tony Rocky Horror is from Pulp Fiction, if you don't know.
I was never a cult member of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
No, Pulp Fiction.
Oh, Pulp Fiction. Yeah, I liked that.
Tony Rocky Horror was the guy that Marcello's friends who touched his wife's feet when he threw out of a window.
Who's Zed? Zed's dead, baby.
Zed's dead. But again, it looks to me that the shorts have went out to lunch, disappeared, their sell buttons, maybe all their fingers are broken from hitting the sell button, and they are sitting here letting the stock go up because they're nice guys all of a sudden. I doubt it. I told you before, shorts can only cover when the stock goes up. That's when you get sellers. When they push down, there's buyers. And everybody here, thank God, has been educated by William, Avid, Ace, and Dozer, and this one, and all the reindeers from Santa Claus. I don't know. Whatever you want to say.
But anyway, that gentleman, he's right. I was wrong on Bed Bath & Beyond. But what they did, the creditors went 50-50 with Butterfly, and the judge allowed them to move the shares out
Bill,
of the bankruptcy.
Years ago. Bill, that I was looking back 2 years ago.
Oh, all right.
All right. That's when Bed Bath & Beyond was a high flyer, whatever it was doing.
Relax, everyone.
You have to defend yourselves. Listen, I bet 300 on the Jets win the Super Bowl. Since I did it, they can't do anything right. What else do you want me to tell you?
I don't know if this is addressed to.
Somebody's trying to cover this stock,
I didn't say that.
and there's no stock to sell.
I didn't say that.
I told you before. Ned Stark put it up. Pat Burns said it. When they take their foot off the landmine, that's when it explodes. The taking their foot means stop selling it. That's when it's going to go. All right? It's impossible to cover if there's no selling. Now think of the real short. He's down to 2.6 million shares. Let's say from 550, I'll raise it up. All right, so he's down to $1.50. All right, $1 something, whatever. So he's always, I said 550. He's down $1. He's down $2.8 million, and he can't cover a share yet. And he averaged up already.
Do you remember what the price was before they attacked it down $2.50, $3 on Tuesday? Because we've got to be almost back.
$7.20 again. $7.20 again. That stupid number.
So we're almost back to that number. Everything they did, they're going to be underwater.
Everything they did yesterday, they're underwater with. Yesterday.
But they're
Forget
smart.
what they did 4 days ago.
They're the smart traders, not retail. Unbelievable.
Remember, I always tell people, you get nervous, you buy half, bid for half. So if you wanted to buy 1,000 shares, you buy 500 at 658, and you hold 500 shares in case they knock it down.
I don't know if this is true because I didn't hear you say it, but one guy's asking, can it go as high as $700? And you said maybe as high as 10,000. Is that still possible?
Yes.
Look, it's a spike, by the way. Don't trade all your shares for that. That's a spike if it happens. Anyway, go ahead and answer it. You said yes.
Yeah, well, listen, again, we're seeing, look, they just took the 658 stock. Now it's 560 and it's 660. There's no volume. They can't stop it. It's just melting up. This melt up on no volume is the best thing for longs and the worst things for shorts. This is like, because there's no buying that they can short into. There's nothing here. So we just drifted up from 550 to 560, all right, on nothing.
So they basically, their strategy of that illegal report blew up in their faces. They got all the weak hands out at low numbers, and now no one's selling.
People, they didn't cover.
And they didn't cover. Yeah, they didn't cover.
They didn't cover. They pressed their bets. So now all those puts, the 4s, the 3s, the 2s, whatever they were buying, they were all worthless. So everyone looking at it from our side now, the 5s, the 550s, the 6s, we're drafting back up to the 7s again. All those options are going into money again. And we got 2 weeks to go yet. Imagine you wake up and you got calls and the stock is $14 on Monday and you own the 10s, the 11s, the 12s, or the 15s, whatever they are. We all thought they were going to be garbage. Remember, if you own in the monies, you sell them, you move to the cheaper ones, use your profit, and you just keep rolling your position.
Ham, this move is 82 cents on 1.39 million shares. That's 1.4. That's not much volume. So
I bought 500 of the 50s the other day at 80 cents. They're $1.60.
Just imagine if the buying does come in, how much it's going to move.
All right.
The buy-in comes in.
Oh, listen, something has happened. Someone has been served. Someone is looking. Something is going on. All of a sudden, since the truck has been there, we've had the stock is, we had the attack yesterday. It stopped. It's over with. Now they're moving it back up again. We're hearing people trying to cover a lot of stock at higher numbers. Something's up. I don't know what it is, but it's not good. That's it. This is not legal advice.
Nobody can be legal advice, like not legal
It's
advice.
not legal advice. I like that.
Not legal advice.
Listen, I'm telling you what I see as a trader. If I'm a trader, this action, I'm in. That's my opinion. If I was running money, I'd be grabbing what I can because this is telling me something's coming down shortly. I may be wrong, but this is the attempt. This is how you make real money. You say, well, it's at the high of the day. You know what? I like to buy stocks that are moving up on the high of the day, no buying, because there's actually nothing to stop it from continuing.
And how many professional traders on Wall Street think like you?
They all do.
So there may be other institutions out there looking at this and now they start buying. They'd rather buy while it's running than.
And I told you the other day, we have a gentleman who listens to the calls all the time from Arizona. His friend is a famous Wall Street guy. He runs $5 billion. He's been pitching him on it. All right. Robert knows who Robert is, our friend there. I had a friend the other day tell me he has a friend who runs he's $1 billion plus hedge fund in New York City, telling his friends to buy the stock. Those are the type of people that just go out, they buy 50,000, buy 50,000 every day, buy 50,000. Before you know it, after 8 days, they own 600,000 shares, and they just keep coming. And they get in first, and then they tell their friends. And their friends. So we're going from the retail investor, which I told you, now we're moving up to the hedge funds. And once the hedge funds start coming in, hedge funds tell other hedge funds. This is the way it goes. So again, where are they going? They're pushing it down. It went down 6 cents right now. Does it make a difference? No. But the only reason I'm staying on the phone is because I'm trying to show you to see if they do attack. What does it mean? To me, what did they just sell to 658? If you count up the volume, it's probably 5,000 shares. That's not going to be enough to average up your short position in any shape or form. It's like an iceberg. 90% of this stuff is below the water. They're upside down. Everything, every stock, every position, every share they sold is underwater. Everything. The real short, the naked short, everything's underwater. This stock is 200,000 shares to buy. It'll be north of 7.5 if someone came in and bought 200,000.
What if the real short has to cover?
If the real short happens to cover, we'll be at 10 today.
What happens if all the hyena shorts jump in? They don't want to go over the weekend.
You're asking all these crazy questions.
I know I am.
If the queen had balls, she'd be king. That's the next question you can tell me? No.
What if the king didn't have balls?
Listen, someone's in trouble. The stock is clearly telling you this. We've been doing this a long time. How many days have you said, hey, there's someone's clearly in trouble? This is very different, we're saying. This isn't at $4. This isn't $3. This isn't $5. We're at $6.60, okay? And somebody has a problem. Someone has a problem so big that they're calling around trying to buy the stock. Someone's calling around to buy the stock, and while they're doing that, someone is buying the stock trying to cover. They can't cover.
It's eerie how low the volume has been for the last while. To me, it means there could be a lot of buying in the last half hour. But hey, you know better than I do. Who knows?
Listen, the slow march up is the best. Like I said, a friend just texted me, buy half, bid for half, hold some in your hand.
There's a guy here. This guy here wants us to start a book of all hamisms.
Oh, God. My family hates me, so please, I don't want to say him anymore. My family wants to lock me up at night. When you guys get off the phone, they put me in a straitjacket, and I'm like William. They throw me in the closet.
One guy's confused. Could you start over from the beginning?
I knew it. I'm so stupid, I would do it. Something is going on. Again, we've called the SEC. We had the truck in front of the SEC. There's a film crew filming out there. Something is going on. This is very
660.
12 times the truck has been at the SEC. How many times can they continue to not pay attention to what's going on?
They hit the stock fraudulently, illegally, RICO, and the stock's almost back to where it was when they started. Unbelievable.
Well, that's the sign. That's the sign that the shorts don't want to see. I told you before, they did an attack on TIO. The only reason I'm saying this is because I remember it. And that was tied to Wainwright, that stock. They hit it down. They had Hindenburg in there, and they attacked it with their stories, and the stock is below $1. It's never rallied again. They gave us a fake story from the Big Rat. And you know what? We all knew it was fake. The company addressed it, got a legal team on it already.
Well, you know what Pedro Philly said, which I knew. No, not Pedro Philly. It was Hoffman. I knew but I never thought of it in this case. Is when Richard Hoffman put it out on a space call, or here when we were talking. It could have been the algorithms picked up certain words in the headline or in the body of it, and they started selling. That might
I'm putting out, tell Richard I'm putting out as many buzzwords as possible. I put up before SpongeBob, Captain Bob, Mr. Burns. It doesn't work. I don't know what the words are. I have no idea. But
Release.
There's so many crazy new techniques for trading. I was never trained to trade off of those things. I was trained to buy them when you don't want them and sell them when the people come to buy them. That's
Release the hounds.
So I told you before, when you see a stock going crazy, write it in your hand, say, oh my God, I'm supposed to sell it when I say those words. That's what you're supposed to do. So again, we're not there yet, but it's getting close.
I love Warren Buffett's quote that if it's good enough to screenshot, it's good enough to sell. So,
all right. Well, I love Warren Buffett's quote, and I hope he drops dead, because he said, you can make a short Berkshire Hathaway, I don't care. All right, so now it's 660 bid. So here it is, the 10,000, all these stories trading at 661. Someone has a big buy order trying to accumulate, and the short sellers know there's someone trying to buy because they're moving out of the way. Yesterday, when there was a big buy order, what did they do yesterday? Richard, it's not legal advice. They hit every bid. Today there's a big buy order and they're not selling it, means that the buyer has to be them. Richard, it's not legal advice.
So I wonder, Busy Brands hired Richard to fight Crappy Barra. I wonder, since he's been hired, is it then legal advice or is it still not legal advice?
All right, that's a good one. Listen, I wish you the best. You're fighting a ghost, okay? Like whoever that is gone. They, whatever they submarine, whatever they have.
I think 663's next. Anyway, come on.
Well, again, that's So here it is. It just keeps moving up, nice and slow and steady. The grind. Every penny up is another mark, a loss. I mean, it's just. I don't know. It just looks different. That's all. They could attack it at any time, but where they're going, I told you there's a big buyer standing around lower, waiting.
Seeking Alpha just alerted me that Fingers up today. It just popped on my. Oh, great.
People look at this thing, and a friend of mine who's been long, he's a nervous Nelly. He's just not that type of guy.
Cream cheese? Cream cheese?
Nah, cream cheese is cream cheese. I won't even abuse him on this one. He's a great guy, but he's another nervous Nelly.
We all have our relationships with money. They're all different.
Listen, this is a tough game. I told you some days I'd be down 200,000 and the market was falling apart. I knew I was right. The market's down 700, 600, and you just can't pick that bottom. And it's the last 10 minutes before it turns is where you're sick. So I just walk out and not look at it and come back and you see the market down 200. I go down from being down 200 to being up 20,000. Just by taking a breath and walking away and stop looking at it, because watching it wasn't going to help it. It just makes you crazy. So, I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. So sitting here watching this slow march up, and we're all sitting there saying, when are they going to attack? And I'm looking at it saying, why are they taking it higher? Because there's not in any... Really
there's no, like you say, they want volatility.
Right. Well, this is sort of killing themselves right now. Because all it takes is one short seller, one person that's part of this gang that can't shoot straight. Maybe it's the option market maker who's shorted against all those puts and is now shorted against the calls, you know, trying to hedge his position, that's caught now. He could be a buyer. You can have an option market maker trying to buy a couple of million shares. You can have a short seller panicking. You can have a federal authority sending a Wells notice or some sort of something to go after the shorts. Anything could be happening here.
One guy's saying there's only 60 shares left to borrow on the site for Finger.
Hurry up, go borrow it. Go short it. The shorts are looking for someone. They've borrowed all the shares. They've done that. I mean, they threw on the kitchen sink at it. Again, if you're nervous, hey, you bought it at $6.70. You paid $7 for it. You can lose 20 cents. You know, move along. That's where it goes. But this is what you're seeing. The orderly walk up in the stock is, I told you before, the slow march is the best. And if you want to buy, you buy half at the offer, and then you throw a bid behind it. That's all you can do. Because let's say you want to buy 5,000 shares. You buy 2,500 at 561. Now you're in. My other 2,500, I can wait to get a lower price if they do attack. But if the stock goes from 561 to 561, at least you have half of your position. And if the stock pulls back, instead of buying 5,000 at 561, you buy half. And this way, if it pulls back, you can be a buyer of some more shares at a better price. And that's the reason you split your order up. I just wanted to let you know, William, I just hit up FNGR 6 times, and I got no quote, and I was just ready to start to panic what happened, but I was hitting the wrong symbol.
Oh, Lordy.
Listen, the slow melt up is the best. Richard, it's not legal advice. This is the best. A slow march up. Everyone's orderly. You can sit down. You can drink your coffee, Richard. It's not legal advice. Ace can watch this 49er hat. You can take it, throw it in the wash machine. Anybody can go take a break. You can go to lunch. You can come back and say, hey, my stock is in the same spot all day.
I think the Orioles are going to win the World Series.
I'm kind of rooting for Texas only because all their star pitchers were all hurt. They're actually doing it without their
Oh, the Rangers.
The Rangers, the Texas Rangers. I like the Rangers. I like to see the Orioles and also the Twins, because the Twins have always had good teams that got beat up by the Yankees. So, you know, either one of those teams. But what else? Anything else? Anybody else?
Well, there's a lot of thanks and compliments and credit there. Credit.
Listen, people, listen. If you want to thank and compliment, all right, when you cash out, I wish you the best. We'll have a party in Las Vegas. You're welcome to come. Everyone will be invited. We'll have security.
Steve Mertz will be playing ham.
Steve, all right. We'll have actors playing Ham and William, and we listen. We're not here to make medals. This started out as a fight to beat criminals, and everyone joined up. And I can't thank everybody for learning it, asking the questions. I know I'm a sarcastic prick. I got it. My wife calls me that too, so I got it. We all understand it.
At least she calls you.
At least she calls me something, right?
It's communication.
But it's working on a trading desk. You don't realize the pressure just from calculating an average price, buying 5 million shares of a stock at all different prices, having to get an average price, give it back to the fund manager, and if I'm off, it throws off the whole ticket and everyone gets pissed off. So, I mean, just from executing a trade to calculating the average price, giving the reports, it's a fast-paced game. It's not like we have one order. I'm working 20 of them at a time. And everyone on the desk is doing their own thing, 20 orders at a time. So you have to move fast. And before you know it, it's 4:30, the market's closed, and you have to recap all the stuff with your clients. So it goes fast every day. You know, you never know what stocks you're in. And it's hard to actually understanding a stock because you're all over the place. I could be in finger motion today, IBM tomorrow, Microsoft on Monday. Yeah, I never get back to finger motion. So to follow a stock every day, 24/7, I think it kind of makes you an expert on how everything about the stock, and you can follow it. You could follow, like if you weren't an expert in finger motion, you would. What's the negative? Why did it go down the other day? What was that big drop about? Because you didn't know there was a negative report. Why did it bounce back up? Well, they hired lawyers and they're doing this. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts that you wouldn't pick up on. But again, the slow motion buy covering here, someone's trying to cover. This is 100% someone's trying to cover.
I predict at 3:30 we go to 7. I'm always wrong, so don't listen to my predictions.
Hey, listen, everyone has an opinion, right? That's the way it goes.
Everyone has a nose.
Like. This is not legal advice. You can say whatever you like. I love that line. It's not legal advice.
Okay, there's the P show on YouTube to learn about Bed Bath & Beyond tonight. All right, Brandon.
Listen, Bed Bath & Beyond is a crapshoot right now. It's bankruptcy, this, all.
I actually think they convinced me. I fought hard. It actually sounds like they might have something. But anyway, we don't want to get distracted.
Listen, the people that are shorting this stock, if the company, if there is still whatever operations left, if the company could figure out a way to trap the shorts, this stock will go to the moon because the shorts are probably sitting all over it, thinking it's going to zero, just like they did in GameStop.
Right.
Those are the perfect stocks to squeeze. I think Hertz Rent-A-Car had a big squeeze like that. One of the rent-a-cars one time, it was Avis. One of them had a huge squeeze.
I think they have a trap going on that might work. But anyway, this guy thinks you should streak in front of the SEC to get attention.
All right, that works. I'll do it. I don't care. How far do I have to run before they arrest me?
Well, there's nobody working there, so you won't be embarrassed.
I'll be going back and forth for hours. Don't even say anything. That is the biggest disgrace. I have to tell you, and I told the people that are producing the television show, that is a must. They got to get in front of the SEC building, because once you sit there and look at the building, you have to sit there and say, how could anybody sit in a glass building and not see the truck out there and not address it? Like they can't believe it that no one's addressing this thing. We're supposed to call the police. They are the police, and they haven't addressed this yet.
Yeah.
I believe that something has changed. That there is something going on.
So if you streak and you get arrested for being public nudity, not legal advice said he can be your one phone call.
I'll be there next week. He's going to say, keep running.
No, he's going to say, hey, you want I can give you not advice, or you can pay me and I can come get you out.
So he's going to say, do yourself a favor, punch a guard. This way you don't go to jail for public nudity. You go away for assault. Hey, it just, again, people, we're just dragging time out here. Someone looks like they're trying to accumulate.
I think 3:30 is going to be the buy-in. No, I guess I'm wrong. Nothing happened.
Every time they come in, they offer it, just keeps grinding back up.
But it's really very light volume considering it's up so much in the last half hour.
Well, I've been on the phone with everybody for an hour, and I'm not speaking to anyone at all. My friends to go buy the stock. If my friends are listening, if we were on a trading desk, this is what you buy. This is the time to buy it, because this thing is telling you it's going up. Don't get me wrong, there's risks. I got it. We all know that. That's part of the game. But this is where we attack. This is where we work on a trading desk. This is the situation. Change the symbol. If this was Tesla, it'd be up 3 points because it's just a slow march up, no selling. This is where the longs come in and squeeze the shorts. That's what this is about right now.
So someone's pointing out I'm wrong, which I was wrong. I said it would go to 7 after 3:30. So I'm wrong.
Relax. It's listen, everybody has their, we always make mistakes. The other day I thought it was going to go, but listen, the stock just keeps grinding up. It just keeps grinding up. This is, again, I'm just speaking as on a professional trading desk. If I was sitting with my friends, the hedge funds, I'd be looking at this thing and say, hey, this stock has a huge short. That's what everybody's reporting on it. And it's just walking up here after these assaults. Buy the fuck out of this thing right now. That's what I would be doing. That's how I look at it. And that's so you understand. You don't have to buy it. I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm just giving you, this is a pattern that you should be buying. Change the symbol, whatever it may be. This is a pattern you should be buying right now.
Good Vibes says public nudity might not get you in trouble, Ham. It depends on how good you look.
I look good streaking, trust me. I'll be proud to go back and forth. I don't care. I'm mad that it's going to rain all weekend. I can't play ball.
We're at $500,000 volume.
All right, and I'm going to try to go to the movies to see Dumb Money. I'll figure I'll go do that this weekend. Ace wants me to actually comment on it. I can't comment on it because I haven't seen it. And I tried to tell everybody, don't become Dumb Money. All right? So learn everything you can. Paper trade. Don't be afraid. Look at it what it is. Listen, if you want to buy a stock, any stock you want to buy, if you bought one share and learned how to trade, if you never were brought up on a trading desk, learn how to do it. Buying one share doesn't, learn. You got to learn. This is something you can do your whole life. Remember, my brother taught me, make $100 a day is 500 a week is 2,000 a month. Just double it, 200. The number just keeps going crazy, right? You don't need to make $1 million every day. 200 a day is 1,000 a week, 4,000 a month. Imagine doing something else and walking away making 4,000 a month. That's the way you're supposed to learn. Then you build up from that point. And then at some point you'll become a pig and try to go for the moon, like we all do. All right?
I'm looking for anything that
there's nothing to say. Are they going to attack it or it's going to melt up? That's what I see right now. There's nothing to say. Either they're going to attack it down, which makes no sense, or it's going to melt up.
If not legal device has children, they must groan every time he says a joke. He says that Junior and himself would welcome Ham streaking remotely on their live stream. I can just picture it.
Tonight on our live stream. Anyways, we just dropped.
You'll be like Will Ferrell.
11 cents. We just dropped 11 cents. Here they come. There's the bids. Hurry up. They're knocking it down. 100 shares is trading. Knock it down. So
there's a sound going on in either in my house or in my neighborhood. There's a sound. Oh, it's back in the back. I left the back door open.
Anyway, this is not a bad way to end the week. Let's see what happens on Monday. I know it's a Canadian holiday or something like that. So, maybe things won't happen because it is a Canadian holiday, but again, for everyone, these are the type of things. This is change the symbol. A stock has a big short and it's melting up quietly. What changed? Something has changed. What is it? I don't know. Is it someone's gotten served? Is there someone that has a margin problem? Something is definitely changed in the stock. It has a completely different look. And if everything works out on Monday or Tuesday, whatever, and the big short wants to try to cover and our investor sells it to him, you know what? We're off to the races. And that's all we can ask.
Whoever the real short is, or the little shorts, they're going to have a long weekend if they didn't cover today.
2.6 million shares. We only traded 1.5, and I know they're trying to cover, but there's no sellers.
And you figure maybe their average price was $5?
No, I gave them a benefit of the doubt. They sold some more to get it to 2.6. You know, they sold it blasting it down. So let's say 5.25. I'll make it easy. Let's make it 5.50.
All right, so $1. They're down $1.
$1 on 2.6 or 2.8 million. I forgot the number.
Do you think they have that kind of money to lose?
$3 million. Let's say almost $3 million without buying a share back.
Do you think they have a portfolio that can absorb $3 million loss?
They have a portfolio. Whoever shorted his shares and borrowed it is someone who's got a private account, a small hedge fund of, $10 to $20 million. And he's going to lose his whole fund on one trade. Because whoever does something like that is a cowboy anyway, so they can't possibly be making a lot of money to do that stupid trade.
Right.
That's someone who's sitting there saying, okay, sell the stock short is $5. If it goes to 0, we'll make 10. If it goes up, we lose the fund. Who cares? We can't make any money anyway. You might as well blow it up, right?
That's right.
That's what it looks like. Whoever is the real short is someone that's not long for the world anyway. So they probably took whatever funds were left and basically now basically has no choice and basically just going to wipe out whatever funds are there. That's what it looks like to me. We said that trade was a stupid trade. And what did they do? They pressed the bet.
Well, and let's say they're down, this gentleman's pointing out, if they're down 3 million now, they haven't even begun to cover.
No. This thing was going to cost the real short probably $10 to $15 million.
If they get out now.
I'm just saying, if they start panicking now.
This could blow up and they're down 30 million.
Oh, it's enormous. You don't understand. People, you don't understand when the stock gaps, the thing just opens up points higher. Imagine if thing gaps and it gaps 5 points and you're short almost, 3 million shares. That's $15 million and you haven't even moved. You couldn't even do anything yet.
I've watched it happen in commodities in a big account. And when it gaps, the next day it gap again and you had no chance to get out. The guy went broke. A massive account. And for back then in the 80s.
Right.
But
that happens all the time.
Yeah.
And we documented the whole thing and you got to see it. And, again, the stock is up here, up and down, down 15, 12 cents now. It's got a little volatility here. And if you look at it, whenever you see the bid disappear, like it just did, and all of a sudden the next trade is always at the lower number, 648. Hurry up, they're selling it. And then it stops. And then a bid will come in a few seconds, and then it'll start to firm up again.
Right.
That's the difference. The other day, there was a bid. They hit the 548, and they offered at 540. Then offered at 535, 520, and just keep flushing it as fast as they can. And it was 548. Now it's 549. Bid for 2,000, and that's the sign that someone's trying to cover.
648 and 649.
649, sorry. Anyway, everyone, I'm going to go finish closing my pool. I'm tired of watching paint dry.
All right.
Just think about that. Our stock's turned into a painting. But I agree with William. I think it's going to melt up. I think we're going to get a big day next week, and I'm excited. And if I hear anything over the weekend, we'll have a call. I'll try to announce it. We'll do it Sunday night if I hear anything good. And have a great weekend and go Florida State. That's it.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Sam. All right.
It's not legal advice. Remember. Have a good night.
Not betting advice.
Thanks.
All right. So that was a pretty good call, huh? That was a pretty call. What do you call it? Had a lot of energy in it. I think he thinks something is happening. That's very interesting. If they can if you can monitor every social media post, that's pretty powerful. Hey Fahad, I just want to see what the options are trading for. Pretty amazing. Channel is growing. Somebody pointed out that my subscription or whatever signups hasn't grown. I noticed that. It's not that I'm paying attention, but I wonder if they're able to block. There's one guy I follow on another subject, and his subscriber base never grows, although people must be watching it. I just wonder if they can turn that down so it looks like, I don't know. Right now, CP007, Ham's focus is on finger, as I think it should be. That's just how the cookie crumbles. It's not that he's ignoring GTII. There's not anything he can really add to the GTII story. What he can add right now is where the action is, where the volume is, where the trading is, where the short is trapped, where the phone calls are going to try to buy millions of shares above market. That's what he can offer right now. There's not much new on GTII. If you want him to spend time on GTII, I think personally, I think that would be taking the eye off the ball. What you should be doing, we all are doing, is trying to make money. Doesn't matter in what stock. And to the extent that finger runs, which it looks pretty strong, I think that any kind of profits in finger are going to be extraordinarily helpful to the price of GTII stock. But anyway, that's why I didn't ask him about it's not much to talk about until the water boils. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I think's happening. But hey, it's all right. I'm not yeah, that could be too. It's just something I look and I go, wow, that's weird. But it's all right. I mean, I'm not doing it for that. Just seeing what anyone's saying. I think that's great that you called the SEC about finger, filled a complaint. They said I won't get any answers back because I won't. Well, I called in, I don't know, now it's a year and a half ago, so many times. And that's what I heard, is that they wouldn't be getting back to me. And guess what? They never got back to me. I don't know what that means. The bull hammer. I don't know what a hammer is. Well, I just think whales are focused on finger right now. So I don't know what to tell you. There was a long period of time where finger was in the doldrums and getting killed. And now I don't know what to tell you. The market lets you know which stocks are on the move. And you can say, gosh, I wish this stock over here was moving. Or you can say, you know what, let's focus on this right now while it's moving. There'll come a time after finger runs, pulls back, raises some money, you know, it'll do well, but it goes back to being calm waters. Anyway, I really don't know what more to say about that. We can't, by talking about GTI right now, magically make something happen. In finger, over the last many months, there's been buying in finger. And I don't believe it's been all of us as much as this crappy Barra report wants to pretend that's so. Somebody's been buying, somebody's been accumulating, and we'll find out. But it shows up in the trading patterns, and it's happening now. So to talk about GTII, I just think it's very important, but I just think right now, finger going up helps GTII. And I can run through it for you. We've got 12 minutes left. It'll take me about 7 or 8 minutes to go down the list of the positives about GTII. I just don't think it's useful right now. Its time will come. And, if finger runs, the time for GTII might come very quickly, like the next day. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully we have end of day push. That would help me with my $7 prediction after 3:30. The synthetic shares. These terms, synthetic shares, all they're doing is putting pieces of paper together and then computers, and it works 90 some percent of the time, but then you get what they call a fat tail or a black swan, and it blows up. Personally, I think the over-the-counter market should be exempt from high-frequency trading, exempt from swaps, exempt from counterfeiting. In other words, bring back the uptick rule. Allow there to be research reports. If you do investment banking, you have to disclose who you sold it to. Don't allow, make it illegal for over-the-counter CEOs to sign these toxic convertible notes. Why? Because that's what the regulators go after. They only go after the CEOs. They don't go out after the criminals. But make it illegal if you're going to raise money for an over-the-counter company and you say you're going to raise $5 million for them, and then you look in the body of the contract and it's in tranches over many months with backward-looking poisonous formula, make that illegal. If you're going to give $5 million, give it up front. Disclose who the investors are. When you give the $5 million, the settlement of the $5 million's that day. And you can't do it based on a formula going backwards either. Anyway, I think they should just take the over-the-counter markets away from the SEC. Put Junk Savvy in charge of it, or Anna Trades, or Dirty Mail. Make him in charge of the oversight of the over-the-counter markets. Somebody honest. I don't CNS system. I should know what that stands for. And move to gross settlement. Ghost shares. I didn't know that. Ghost shares. That's a good name. Ghost shares, phantom shares. Maybe it's like when you're in the UK. I'm trying to remember how they would use the word transparent instead of invisible. And so it would trick me out a little bit. Transparent, invisible makes us, so it's just maybe instead of saying phantom shares. But I think what's happening here, and Pedro Philly might be onto something, that whoever's short Finger may be short other stocks, may be in trouble with other stocks. They just don't want proof out there that this is as that Forbes article, this isn't a thing. I forget the author. It is a thing. Why is the stock going up? I mean, they crushed it, and now the stock's up. The only reason is because of short positions, and and maybe some accumulating. But anyway, I was going to make a different point on that. I already forgot it. The high on Tuesday was 707. I did ask that. So 707, if it gets over 7 in 1 minute, how many minutes? 6, 7 minutes, in which maybe it's not likely. 646. So I guess it's not likely. But imagine if it gets over 7, everything they did, they're underwater in. This person must be new. The timing matters. We've been distracted. Yeah. It's, we're all herding cats and we all have I'm not saying, just to be clear, I'm not saying diamond hands. I'm not saying you have to buy it. You better hold on. If you need to sell, sell. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that all of us should be trying to make money in the market. And right now, seems to be where the action is. So what the professionals do, in my experience, is they would rather buy this stock at 8 as it's breaking out than accumulate it at 4. What we as retail we don't have that big pool of massive amount of money behind us. So the pros, they're trying to get 60 or 80% of the trade after it starts moving. We're trying to arbitrage our understanding with higher prices, but what we give up is time. We buy it at lower prices and we have to wait. And I would rather, since this is starting to move, look at this than the others that will move, I think, but the others may have more time. Is the casino open on Monday, or do shorts need a 3-day weekend? I think the stock market trades on Monday. It might be a bank holiday. Ham pointed out to me, I don't know, a couple of years ago, and when you think of it, the stock market is never closed for more than 3 days. And I'm going to forget his exact reasoning because now we're going to T+2, but it's for settlement. They don't want the market to be closed so long that they can't keep moving, fail to settle, kicking the can down the road. Still not happy about Tony De Niro cranking on you and Ham and the rest of the BIC 18. Set up a charity. If that's the Tony that my sister always says, if that's the Tony who made some excellent observations on Twitter, I think regarding MMTLP. No, about COSM, actually, COSM. He made some observations that the 2,000% that we were being told about the short position was wrong. I kind of thought, wow, that guy sees through but if that's the same guy, so I'd be disappointed if he was attacking me, because I actually said some positive things about him. But Dos Equis, I can honestly tell you, if he's attacking me, I didn't even notice it. And, I prefer he didn't attack me, but if that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know me. So whatever he says about me is ill-informed. $6.40. Yeah, Ace does a great job. I tried to watch him last night, but I fell asleep. But he had Ham on last night. And hey, the thing about Ace, I've said many times, he's unflappable. I'm flappable. I never looked up the word flappable. It's one of those words we use. We know what it means, but I'm not sure. But anyway, Ace is unflappable. I think I'm flappable. Tony Denaro, yeah. I thought he did a pretty good analysis on COSM. He pointed out that, anyway, let's not go back over Cosmo. But I don't know the gentleman. He's never spoken to me. I've certainly been wrong in some things I've said. Like right now, Finger is not closing at 7. It's at 6:44. So bravo, they got it down a little bit from the high. Anyway, I don't want to focus on Tony Denaro. But thank you for not being happy about it. I'm not here to have the drama of a personal back and forth. I'm pretty simple. I want to get this changed. I want to get the heart of what's going on. And ideally, I'd like each and every one of you to have a successful trade that puts you in a different category than where you are now. And then you can maybe, if you wish to, lay on some additional trading, but maybe you just don't, you get out of the markets altogether. I'd like you to become a financially independent economic unit. Take care of your family, friends, and get out of this mugs game, because they've got it set up. They fatten the sheep, they let the wool grow, and then you're shorn on the way into the abattoir, and then they take you out. And I just want to stop that. But I don't want to get in a personality with somebody I don't know. Hey, Fahad. Good to see you. Thank you. Many CEOs of public companies and even securities attorneys don't realize they too can merge with a SPAC and access non-dilutive big bucks. Mark, I know you're busy, but I was just trying to find a book on SPACs, and anyway, I don't want to waste people's time, but I'm really interested in setting up a SPAC. So maybe I can SPACs are expensive in one way, but in another way, it's a perfect solution. So anyway, I want to become proficient in SPACs. Finger will gap up Monday. From your lips to God's ears. They've changed transfer agents to Mellon. I don't think, Mark, on BBYQ, it doesn't exist anymore. And I'm not an attorney, but my standpoint was that in bankruptcy, equity gets wiped out. But my thick head, when I was going back and forth for 45 minutes at least, with one gentleman I said, this is such a waste of time. And he said, you're going to regret those words. So I kept going. And what I understand, Mark, that happened is that the judge approved a plan in bankruptcy with the creditors' consent. So the creditors who were still owed money joined and maybe are part of Butterfly, but they agreed, the creditors agreed. Bankruptcy is for the creditors. It's not for equity. If there's something left over, great, but it rarely is. But they agreed with the plan. So the judge, I guess she allowed, I didn't read it, but I guess she allowed the shell of Bed Bath & Beyond to be purchased. Somehow the creditors are also involved, and maybe it's because, I don't know the connection. Maybe they transferred some of their obligation into equity. I don't know, but the creditors approved of it. So that Butterfly owns half of the new company. Maybe the creditors took half the equity and the equity has half. Whatever it was, it's in the documents. But the judge allowed the shell to be purchased, and it now is trading under Butterfly, BFLY, and the NOL went. The NOL, the net operating loss, went with the company. And if that's all true, and if that's legally possible, that NOL, the NOLs, if you want to pluralize it, are billions. And the Butterfly has according to what I was told, has 200 million in cash, and they have the NOLs. I don't know exactly what the business model is of Butterfly, but you, as shareholders of Bed Bath & Beyond, rather than being wiped out, the judge and the creditors gave you new life. You were able to transfer that equity into shares of Butterfly. I don't know the ratios. I'm sure you lost on a percentage basis, but it's better than zero. And the other piece of information that I don't know, not being a lawyer, is there's an enormous short position in Bed Bath & Beyond, naked, counterfeit, ghost, phantom, because everyone knows equity goes to zero. Well, if the judge is requiring, and I don't know if she is, but if the judge is requiring that en masse, the shares of Bed and Breakfast Beyond need to be delivered to the trustee of the bankruptcy before they can be distributed out to Mellon. And I'm sure the mechanics of it, you use American Stock Transfer and Mellon, but I'm wondering if the judge would require the trustee to receive the real shares before the real transfer can be made to Mellon. And I wonder if that would cause a short squeeze in Butterfly, because in this case, the criminals would have to have real shares to deliver on their books with their prime broker. I don't know. There's some things there I don't quite, I haven't read it. It's just the back and forth, but I'm really intrigued by the potential of that stratagem to catch out the shorts. And the guy that came in to take over and kind of do this, he may well be after the shorts. And I was stubborn saying I don't, and then when it finally hit me, as they say in the UK, the penny dropped. It's really interesting. So BFLY might have a move in it, but do your own due diligence. And I'm sure Crappy Barrow will put out a report that I'm pumping BFLY, but I'm not. Okay, so Mark, if the majority of each class claims in bankruptcy, each class of claims in bankruptcy agree to the plan, the judge will so order it if it's fair and equitable and proper. See, that may be a way, Mark, and I forget who I was arguing with. There was 3 or 4 people, and they probably but I ended up agreeing with them. They did a great job. But it may be a way that these guys have trapped the shorts a little bit a la MMTLP, because if the judge ordered the plan, and the plan is that, I'm making this up because I don't know the plan, but let's say the creditors said, we're willing to put the $1.5 billion or whatever it was that we're still owed in alongside the equity on a 50-50, and then that went in to get 50% of Butterfly. Well, maybe the judge said, okay, we approve the plan. It's got to go through the trustee, but those shares, those BBYQ shares have to be delivered to AST in the name of each and every member of the class before they can be then converted to the real shares, the new shares of Butterfly at Mellon. Call me convinced. It might be a trap that actually works, because it has to go through the cleansing process of the bankruptcy court. Bankruptcy courts get rid of all the barnacles before they put the ship back to sea, and it might work. I'm going to follow it. I don't own any shares. Is the market open on Monday? Yes, I believe so. It might be a bank holiday. I don't even know what it's about. Well, it's no longer BBBY. It's Butterfly, BFLY. But they're going to go blockchain. That may be the answer. Skinny, you held on to 140,000 shares of BBYQ. Okay. The likelihood of recovery is probably in the new co. You're probably crammed down, is my guess, because I really don't know what the business is of Butterfly. But if they have 200 million, their shareholders want the value that they bought in for, and that money represents. But then the creditors, who might have reduced their demands because they figured we're not going to get anything anyway, but the creditors, I think, were still owed $1.5 billion. They probably are in there for a big chunk of the new co themselves, the Butterfly, and then it leaves you. But the other question, Skinny Whale, would be how quickly are your shares free to trade? If there's going to be a squeeze, and I have no way of predicting that, but if there's going to be a squeeze in Butterfly, Boy, Frank, Larry, Yellow, Butterfly, it could occur before your shares in Butterfly are free to trade. So you might miss out on the squeeze portion of it. If the company is able to raise some additional capital during that squeeze, you should be all right. I don't know, but Skinny, I'm now convinced you might be onto something. You might be onto something. Depending on what you paid for your bed and breakfast and beyond. I don't know if you're going to be rich because of what I just said. You may not be able to trade those. Anyway, it's in the plan, so I shouldn't guess. It really does stink that all our plays get jammed into courts and judges. Well, there you go, Brian B. And I'd say yes and no to that. I think the court systems and the lawyers really are it's the pillar that's upholding our rights. It's slow, it's cumbersome, it leads to settlements and legal settlements, I mean. And in legal settlements, it's always the case that both sides give up something to settle rather than go into the court and take a risk. So it has all that sort of clumsiness. However, it is black and white. It's on the record. And once it's on the record, it doesn't go away. But you're correct that the financial markets is the cleanest way to do it here. As Ham pointed out, and I listened to, and he's going to be on the documentary, Robert Shapiro said, the whole point of a short squeeze is to wipe out the bad actors. And that's what Wall Street's about, both directions, by the way. When they drive it down, my first sales manager, Fontaine Smoller, who had the FedEx account from early in inception. So he was from Tennessee. He would always tell me this is just about moving stock from weak hands to strong hands when things would sell off. And that's what Wall Street's about. Getting rid of, it's really the survival of the fittest, getting rid of those that have weak hands. So anyway, to answer your question, the SEC, if they just enforced the rules once and referred a case to the DOJ, all the back offices would enforce the rules on their own. But yes, if there was true price discovery that took into the account the imbalance because of the illegal action, which needed to be corrected, the markets would fix this in a heartbeat, and it would wipe out the criminals. All right, let me see what Mark said. You may be right. I know. May. In brackets, if anyone's listening, that may is be right regarding cleaning out the shorts. You would need a sophisticated trustee who knows security laws. Exactly. I just don't know. You have to read it. So if the judge approves how the equity is distributed, I might be correct. But Mark, you have to admit, even if this judge and trustee don't get it, this might be a strategy in the future. It might be. I don't know. It's just it appeals. I'm so glad William is following Butterfly. Ultimate trap to destroy virtue and Citadel. Well, De Hobler, I might get my dander up and be combative, but I try always to do it with the ideas and not personally. I'm a human, sometimes I fail, but I try to do it with the ideas. And even in the middle of the back and forth, I'm listening to the other side, or I try to. And so in your case, you guys, I kind of got it in the middle of the argument. Many times my sister says, when I tell her that I have wisdom of the stairwell, many times it's after I leave the argument, I either go, oh, wait a minute, I should have said that. Or what you said, I go, I see what they're saying. So anyway, I'm not here to prove I'm right. I'm here to get to the core of what is right. They've been moved already from AST to Mellon. Well, then Dos Equis, it would imply to me, and is that one trading? Yeah, that one's trading. All right, so that would imply to me, Dos Equis, that you're either, if the court's involved, you have an MMTLP situation. You've got more people wanting the new shares than exist. But if I'm wrong about the judge being able to enforce that, even if by accident, even if it's just a unintended effect, I wouldn't think it'd be. I'd be careful, because then, like FINRA said to solve this, just move the short over in the new company. So then you would rely on other traps or other situations. Maybe they can distribute. They've got 200 million. I don't know. I'm not saying give up, but if they just moved the electronic shares from BBYQ to the electronic shares of Butterfly, they can hide real and short phantom shares, ghost shares electronically. Anyway, I don't want to be negative, but that's one thing. All right, let's see. Butterfly is not the Butterfly. Oh, that's the media company. Well, it's someone on the, sorry, Peterson, that I'm giving the wrong symbol. Somebody on the, or maybe it's me. So Peterson, what's the symbol for Butterfly? I hope no one listened to me then. So BFLY is not it. I had the strong conviction after my back and forth. They gave me that symbol. But let's find out what it is. The new company is still unknown for BBBY. Waiting on the SEC filing by Monday. I could have sworn those guys were telling me it was Butterfly. Maybe I dreamt it. They are talking 50-50, yeah. But Dos Equis, 50-50, to me there seems to be three parties. The shareholders of the new Butterfly, whatever the symbol is, the creditors, and the shareholders of Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't think you can't split 50-50 with three people. My guess is 50% goes to the new Butterfly company and 50% is split in some fashion between shareholders and creditors of BBYQ. Anyway, let's find out on Monday. I'll try to read it. GTII the 15th. I'm not going to read that out. I'm sorry I touched it. Have I read the report on how FTX, which I assume is Sam Bankman fraud? FTX basically took infinite losses without ever getting on. How do we know that there aren't other firms? Well, I guess the short answer is we don't know. But I think FTX might have been a bit of a hybrid because that guy was very smug and self-assured. He wasn't very smart as far as I could tell. It's not like he was a genius or an entrepreneur. And his girlfriend didn't seem smart at all. I could be wrong. But my point is, I think FTX might have been set up, whether by politically, by some pool that we haven't discovered yet, and it might have just been a huge slush fund. I don't know. The answer to your question, I'll try to look up the report and read it so I know what I'm talking about. The answer to your question is we can't know if other firms are doing the same thing. Can someone just say they're an analyst, or do they have to have any credentials? Analysts are credentialed, and it's pretty rigorous, and they usually have experience. But since at least 10 years, maybe longer, at least 15 years, any stocks under $5, the big brokerage firms, the bulge bracket firms, the Merrill Lynch's, the Morgan Stanley's, the Wells Fargo's, etc. There's about 6 of them. They don't allow you to buy stocks under $5, and they do not maintain research. So there are no research analysts for those stocks. Obviously, I showed you the other day, Benchmark has those 2 analysts, but they were saying it would go to $5. So what happens, ring the bell, is that people can have an opinion. And in that sort of, it's almost a cowboy, the over-the-counter market, they can give their opinions. No one's reading them anyway on Wall Street. No institutions are reading them. I think there are some analysts, because they changed some of the rules. I've known analysts, particularly in the oil and gas side, who were sort of ex-analysts, and then they make a cottage industry of writing a report, and they have their name. So to answer the question, I think it's wide open in the smaller price stocks. Doesn't mean they're bad. It's just the whole Wall Street model where banks raised money for companies and then followed them on research. It's all gone. The banks are set up now to destroy the market. They want it. Look, it's not the banks maybe themselves, but I believe they do a lot of it at arm's length. There's no way that guy Mintz at Savvy Trader invented that. I don't think that Jeff Easton invented this. The Savvy Trader guy was 24 years old when he started, maybe 23. He was arrested at 30, and he had been doing it for 7 years. So he didn't come out of college knowing how to do this. Somebody taught him how to do it with an arm's length, and then it's a massive source of business, possibly for our own banks, possibly for our own mutual funds and pools of money here in the United States. They just move it offshore. It's trillions of dollars. So anyway, that's a long answer to your question. How can I get 450 people in my chat? I think it's Ham. I think it's Mark Bazile. I think it's Busy Brands. I think it's Ace. I think it's Arca when it comes on. I don't think it's me. Yeah, don't. You should listen, D, to Crappy Barra. He said, "Don't waste your brain cells listening to my YouTube channel." That might have been the only factual thing in his report. Well, I think what happened to Logic, I didn't see the stock move today. Let me look where it traded. In a way, that's too bad. I wanted to buy some, but that's life. Yeah. It is 144,000. That's pretty decent volume on Logic. What's going on with Logic DB is, let me just get 3 pieces of paper. 3 pieces of paper. Got a pen. Here's a pen. Of course, this pen isn't very strong. Let me use this. So it's 1 share of Logic, but what Logic did is it sold. Logic took the engine, the AI, the platform, the division called Data Logic, and it sold it to Aubrey SPAC, which is so this is a little confusing, but that Logic is distributing as a private company its division that is responsible for all the revenues, all the profits, all the growth, called Data Logic, to the NASDAQ company ASPA. The SEC took over a year to approve this transaction. They've approved it. So it's in the proxy period. This company is going to be a NASDAQ traded company with this symbol. It's called Collective Audience. They must have hired consultants to come up with that name. But anyway, Collective Audience. Right now, this ASPA is trading at $11 roughly. I didn't look, but I assume it's still there. If that's the case, the value you get for this 1 share at the end of October, right around October 23, the value you get will be around $1.10 to $1.20. I'd say $1.20 for if this stays in the $11 range when it starts trading. Now, I think the financing they did was expensive. The guys that gave up the money can sell some of their ASPA right away, but there's a potential that ASPA goes to 20, 15, 20, 25. But remember, on the CAUD side, as soon as the vote is in and the distribution's been made, you're going to get, I think, $1.20 in value for CAUD. That's what, 2 weeks away for that vote? Now, if this trades as high as $20 or $30, let's just say 20, I think this number goes to $2.40. So let's just say it's a sliding scale. of value that you're going to get for your 20 cents. You're going to get $1.20 to $2.40 once the vote happens. But remember this, on this side, the DataLogic side, there are dozens of companies with young people, really smart people, with technologies, with revenues that want to go public. And the IPO market has been essentially off the map. Brent Sun is able to, and by the way, Brent Sun introduced Univest to Finger, by the way. But anyway, Brent Sun, the CEO, is able to filter through the cream of the crop. On this side of the transaction, and this is public information, it's out there, they are looking at additional companies to roll into this NASDAQ company. They may have as many as 3 companies ready to roll right in with revenue and earnings. All right, so then on the logic side, once they distribute DataLogic, all you've got is a shell. All you've got is a shell. So I think it's illegal, but you could say it's legal, who knows. There's shorts in there selling stock because they figure this is going to go down to, as a shell, it's going to go down to next to nothing, and they can buy it back for 5 cents. It's a trade. It's a trade. The Logic shell had made a deal. It's 9 months, 10 months ago, 12 months ago, with a company to roll in to the shell that was worth 40, 50, 60 cents a share to you. Everything took a long time, and Brent let that deal expire. I don't think he let the deal expire because it was a bad deal. I think he let that deal expire because he had better deals to look at. So I expect, and it may be any day, I've said all along, either before, during, or shortly after the proxy period, the effective date, I expect Logic to announce a reverse merger candidate. And on 40, 50, 60 cents. I think it's going to be worth more. Let's just call it 50 cents. And let's call it, they're going to have to come up with a new name. Let's call it reverse merger in LGIQ shell. I think that'll be worth in value to you 50 cents. Now, I don't know what kind of company it'll be there. I'm not sure they're going to be only focused on companies that would benefit from DataLogic's platform. Why? Because DataLogic's platform is over in this company. So who knows what kind of industry it'll be. But 50 cents a share plus $1.20, it's $1.70. Stock's at 17, 18 cents. That's 10 times your money in value once the voting is finished. Will they keep shorting? Yeah, they could. There's some risks. There's some risks. Maybe the CEO in this new company, the new shell, might not realize there's sharks out there, might do a bad financing. So the way I would do it, possibly, this is my thinking now, if the shell gets up to 40, 50 cents, that might be a part to take a profit in. The collective audience, which could be worth $1 to $2 a share, you're not going to be able to sell everything right away. It's going to be staged. I would hold on to that. The combined, I think could go to $6 to $8, say by the first quarter of next year. But there's no news that I know of. But keep your eye out for Patty Bell. No, Rod Stewart sang a song. The sky, the stars in the skies to you, they're only a mirror. He sang it at I Don't Want to Talk About It. I don't want to talk about it. He sang it at the Albert Hall with Patti LaBelle, I think her name was. Patti Bell, not LaBelle, Patti Bell. And at the end, he says, she was beautiful. Oh my gosh, she was great. He said, keep your eye out for Patti Bell. Anyway, keep your eye out for news on what the reverse merger is. I think the reason they're selling Logic down is some people were paid in Logic stock, they just want out. The shorts might be selling it to buy it back more inexpensively. And the dark side, the conspiracy side, maybe there's already financing that's been agreed where unsuspecting new CEO might have made a mistake. I don't think that's the case because Brent is fighting the shorts. So anyway, it's about all I can say about Logic. How much time do we have to buy more Logic? I've read the documents, and unless they've been amended, I didn't see a record date or a effective date. The voting date, the meeting is the 23rd of October. There was a reference to the shareholders of Deacon Blues. It's a long document, but I think if you're a shareholder of a record, the vote was restricted. I have no way of, I didn't print it out, but the vote, the people who could vote on the 23rd were restricted to shareholders as of I'm not, no clear, there was an as of date. So it's in the proxy. Next time I come on, I'll find that for you. And maybe I can do it right now while we're answering other questions. 1-for-7 transfer. Have they already announced that, Deacon Blues? Because if that's the case, it's going to be a much better, it's going to be toward the higher price that I said. You might be the only one left. Yeah, Robert, I did get your text the other day, and I had not saved your name with your phone number. I really appreciated it, and I mean to get back to you. I now have saved your name with it. I didn't recognize the number until I looked at it late at night. I like that. Let's not tell a joke. Do the shallow oil reserves in Knightsbridge require fracking? I'm not conversant in it, but I would assume that they're going to frack. On the call last night, the gentleman C something, he said that in the pictures there were fracking trucks and fracking, you see these big trucks from pictures. So yeah, I would assume they'll be fracking. It's different than horizontal fracking, but it's the same concept. You have a well, you have a well bore, you drill the well, you set casing, and this might be your zone and it's tight. And if you do a vertical well without fracking, there's so many different things. There's porosity and permeability, and then it's all sorts of other chemical things. But when you open this up, they puncture that with bullets basically, but they puncture the steel, and it might go in a certain length, but you might only drain from here. I'm not going to draw it further, but if you go in and frack, you set a plug, you pressurize it, you may extend further into the reservoir and higher. It all depends. It's a way of tapping more of the Okay, so thanks for explaining again logic. This is clear, but what is unclear is where Go. Yes, it is unclear where Go Logic is going. However, I am told that Go Logic could even be a better deal than Logic. I don't talk about it, not because I've lost interest in it, and in fact, I'd like to acquire more shares. It's because I've asked and I can't understand. It's basically the same concept. Go Logic is going to distribute the fintech assets to RCRT, the recruiter.com. Now, that side of it has some risk in it because there's going to be a reverse split. But again, these CEOs know not to get caught up in a bad financing. So it may be okay. It's a NASDAQ company. They're going to have all the fintech assets. That leaves GoLogic. I have no idea. I have a suspicion, but I have no idea what company they're putting in there. And it again could be a business totally unrelated to the platforms and the technologies associated with GoLogic now that are being distributed to RCRT. I don't even know the ratios you're going to get. So it's really hard to talk about. But conceptually, it's a similar thing. They're going to distribute their main assets to a NASDAQ company. And then GoLogic is going to be where they bring in a reverse merger. Now, DB, I'm going to speculate here, and it's my idea. But remember, Brett Sun made the introduction of Univest to Finger. GoLogic, it's an international company, but its focus had been Southeast Asia. So what if, and this is speculation on my part, what if Univest helps GoLogic? So, but I'm not able, and it's not for want of trying. I am unable to get a clear picture of what's going on with GoLogic. And part of that reason, DB, is it's material. A lot of it's material, non-public information, and I'm not allowed to know it. I'm not allowed to know it. And if I did, I wouldn't be able to say it anyway. But I expect that over the next few weeks, we will get clarity on it. And I'm actually pretty excited to hear what's going on with GoLogic. Let me, I'm trying to see where I can, let me go to there, Edgar. I'm going to try to answer your question. Let me see what else you guys are. Hey, Skinny. I want to buy a 1 ounce silver round with Hillary's mug on it. Is Pete Coast here? Oh, it's muted. Well, that's because, is there still no sound? Damn it. Hey, Pecos Bill. Let me see where he is. I wish I could call you, but can you guys? Okay, you are hearing. Somebody was calling on FaceTime or something, and I guess it blocked, but I couldn't end the call. Pecos Bill, people were asking me about Nextbridge and the shallow wells and whether they were going to frack. My opinion is they will, but it's different than the horizontal fracking. It's just you get you literally send bullets and then the pressure to break the rock to get deeper into the formation, and so you drain more while you build a bigger, I don't know, volume that you can drain from that well. But anyway, I don't really know the answer. I just and there were pictures that showed fracking trucks, apparently. I was on a space call last night. On the call last night, people were asking, well, that could be $1,000 barrels a day and big reserves. I don't think so. I don't think shallow wells, if there were that much oil there, it would have already been discovered. I don't think the shallow wells will bring on that kind of production. But cash flow is king. So it's really exciting. It also seems to me, with all the trucks and trailers they've put there, they've probably mapped out a pattern that they're going to drill and have several wells coming into production in a row. But anyway, yeah, frac tanks in the pictures. Yeah, so they're gonna frac. Maybe sometime, Pecos Bill. Maybe sometime we could do a call on here together, and you don't have to have your face on if you don't want to, and we could answer questions, or we could do it with a couple of the other people that are close to it on here or on somebody else's channel. I personally am excited that I said on the space call last night, cash flow is king in an oil and gas business. And they were saying, well, are we going to get a distribution? I can only speak for myself. I'd rather they keep the cash, pay down debt, and develop the project than get a distribution. You love my older uncle. Gosh, that means I skipped through getting married, having children, and now I'm an uncle. Thank you, doctor. Not cost effective to frack vertical wells. So then what are they fracking? Are they drilling horizontally? Are they drilling horizontally? I've had it was Appalachian wells, so maybe it's different. I've invested or raised money for the wells, and they did frack. Well, that's the term I think they fracked some of the zone, but I can see where you mean it's very costly to do it. Why not just drill the well? Drill, it'd be cheaper to drill another vertical well over. So I wonder what why they have those frack trucks there. Are they drilling a saltwater disposal well? I don't know. They only frack shale wells. So why are the frack wells there? I wonder why the frack wells are there. I mean, the frack equipment is there. Sorry. So the vote for Logic's on the 23rd, and you have to be a shareholder. Anyway, you can find this on the SEC. You have to be a shareholder. It doesn't say quickly. I'm not going to waste Pecos Bill's time with this. So let me just quickly see for shareholders. The close of business, September 25. Close of business, September 25. So I think that's I'm not sure you can buy. The close of business as of September 25 has been fixed as the record date for determining stockholders entitled to vote. I don't know that that's entitled to receive. So I'll try to get an answer. I don't think it's set. All right, let me see what Pecos Bill says. The surface area is limited to the wellbore perforations on a vertical. Well, he can call me. I don't know if Jennifer has my phone number. I'd be glad to have him call on the phone and then talk. But we could also, Deacon Blues, set up a time where he can call in, or this new service I'm learning, he can come in and be a co-host, or if he wants to have his mug on there, he can, or he can just be a microphone or a speaker that makes a sound. So the frac tanks will be used for flowback testing. See, I don't understand that completely. So it's just that the frac, you would bring those tanks in full of water and frac fluid normally, but in this case, they've come in, instead of putting going through the cost of building a tank farm. Is that it? It allows that material to flow back into the truck, and they can drive it out of there, I guess. Yeah, I'm getting a little confused. So it would be good if we could talk about it. Maybe let's do that. Maybe over the weekend. That's right. When they have no, yeah. Okay, got you. Got you. Got you. So they're not fracking. They're fracking it. They're not going to do the vertical wells fracking. And I'm guessing you're going to say it's cheaper to just drill another vertical well rather than, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. My friend is in coal country. That's very interesting. So are you excited, Pecos Bill, about those vertical wells, or are they're just kind of ho-hum wells? You can ask Busy for it. You can ask Busy for it. And you can share it with Pecos Bill. I mean, I'm sure the criminals already have found my phone number, but I want to try to prevent. I get a lot of phone calls. I don't recognize the number, so I don't answer them. So I think it was Deacon Blues. It's September 25th to be able to vote. I think they then will set a record date, a record date and an effective date. So my guess is you have, and it's a guess, but I would operate under the assumption you can continue to buy until after the vote. They can't vote and have a retroactive effective date. They have to give you time. They have to announce it. So they can do the well tests and the fracs. So they can determine how much oil, how much gas, how much water, all that kind of thing. What are they looking for when they do the tests? We are only slightly convinced. What? I wish I hadn't hit. I'm not gonna. Yeah, we could have Bird Lady. I'd love to have Bird Lady on. Deacon Blues. I consider myself a friend of Pecos Bill, even though I have never met him. So I don't share your doubts. Oh, just kidding. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Okay. All right. Just kidding. All right. So it's 5. Pecos Bill. We'll let Jennifer set it up, but I'd love to have a conversation, and I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it this weekend, and maybe we can have Bird Pigeon Roller Lady on, and maybe even John Berta or something, and then have everyone can interact that way. And maybe Busy knows how to set it up, or Jennifer. Jennifer can be the moderator. It's time for Jennifer to. I can just sit in the background. With oil and gas, for me, everybody is still listening. It's always new. That's what's fascinating about it. And a guy like Pecos Bill can explain exactly what goes on. I've done it for a long time, and I constantly learn new things. I haven't really done a lot of drilling, raised money for a lot of drilling in Texas, but I've tried. Yes, he is. I like Pecos Bill. So he is a true gentleman. But it would be fun. Maybe we could have informational live that doesn't have any drama. I don't want the drama. So, all right. It's 5:02. Like it or not, we're long Finger over the weekend. I think Finger has a really good chance of a nice move next week. We'll find out. I think, as I've said today, my instinct is that Wall Street is going to come up with a settlement on MMTLP because it might only get expensive from here. On the space call last night, it was my opinion, this is not Bill Pecos's opinion, that the shallow drilling provides flexibility for next bridge. Cash flow's king. You can pay down debt. You can bank it a bit, so you can drill developmental wells with bank debt rather than equity, which is good for everyone. Oh, he tried calling me? All right, I'll call him back. Hello?
William?
Yes. Hey, Pecos.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm good. I'm putting your voice up here so people can hear it. That's exciting. I didn't see you called me, so I would have answered otherwise.
Well, I assume that you get a lot of calls.
Well, I get a lot of calls I don't recognize. I'm going to have to save this one, though, because I want to come down and see you. So,
Well, come on.
This is great. People had those questions, which I gave you. And we've got, I don't know, over 300 people, and maybe more will come in now that you're here.
Well, I'm behind on the chat, so I'm driving, by the way. So if you can replay some of the questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I think they can hear you. My experience with oil and gas is from raising money for it, and I know just enough to talk about it. I'm not technically proficient, so I don't claim to be an expert. So the main questions I think people had from last night's space and then now, fracking. Are they going to frack these wells? 2, is it good? They seem to have made a camp there. So are they going to have a pattern of wells they're going to drill? Is the cash flow significant? Could there be a distribution? I don't think there should be, but and anyway, also, what's the daily flow rate? One guy was saying 1,000 barrels a day. I said, the shallow wells aren't going to give you that. And then my other question would be, how long do the wells last? Are they 7-year wells, or they go on? What's the decline curve and how long they go? All that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, from what I can say, and anyone I've spoken to, once the picture started showing up, is and I know this doesn't play well maybe with the community, is we just have to wait a couple of days and let this develop. They're making the can now.
Okay.
And there's a significant amount of equipment there that gets me excited. There's a lot of personnel space there for people to sleep out there, because there's a man camp. There's enough housing trailers to keep people fed and clothed and good sleep. So they're going to be there a while. Now, will they try to drill 3 or 4 wells successively within decent range of that man camp? Probably. That's what I'm seeing. Of course, in these wells, just like everything else, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Is your Busy just said they can't really hear you. Is your volume as high as it can go? Or if not, just keep going. They'll just have to turn up their volume because there's not much I can do.
Yeah, I just speaking right into the.
All right, go ahead. That's all we can do. That's all we can do.
Okay. I don't know if you have. I don't know how that works on your end. I don't know how.
I turned my volume as high as I could, and I don't know what else I can do.
Through your speakerphone, is that the deal?
Yes, it's coming through my speaker. Yes.
Far enough away from the microphone.
Should it be far away? I thought it should be close.
No, it should be close.
Yeah, it's as close as I can get it.
Okay. I'll try this one thing and put it on my earbuds and see if that helps.
All right.
Is that any better?
That's much better. Much better.
Okay. So what let me go back and start. So looking at the amount of equipment they have assembled there, they're going to be there a while. It appears as they have some sort of geology that I'm not privy to just yet to say that we have a likelihood of successful wells.
Right.
There are a lot of those shallow wells in that region that were drilled in the prior ownership.
What's the zone called? What's the play called for the?
As far as I know, that one's called the Waco.
The Waco.
Spelled Hueco, like Huevo, but with a C.
Okay.
Those formations were tested back in the 40s and 50s, and they stopped at about 2,200 feet. And I don't know that they just weren't prolific enough at that time to justify for back when there was $3 oil, back in the 50s, it's $3 or $4 oil, no way to get it to market. So I'm not sure what they're thinking, but it's certainly good news. You don't see that kind of cash put out just for, on a wing and a prayer.
Right.
So I would like to think that I know their permits are set for 8,000 feet, $79.99, and that means they can go in and open up some of the original holes to 2,200 and just drill the packer out because they plugged those wells but didn't permanently abandon. So they can just drill that plug out in just a matter of days.
When did they abandon them?
They were never abandoned by technical terms. There's a technical term for abandonment, and they have to seal that whole shaft full of concrete. But they just set a plug, from what I can tell, and they set it at some depth below to seal the water table, I'm sure, just to protect the groundwater. And,
right.
And there's a procedure for that as the Railroad Commission controls, and it's a little bit more detailed than what the group probably wants to get into. But just say that they were temporarily abandoned at some point, and all they need to do is pull that plug out, and they can progress. They could frack, and this is not fracturing like people in the Marcellus or in the Ocean Range or even in West Texas in the shale plays think of fracturing, but you can set off all kinds of different pressure charges downhole.
Right.
You're limited to amount. So think about this well bore as a long straw that you took some sort of tiny stick pin and poked holes in it, and that's all the oil that you can flow through that well bore is whatever can come up through the perforations.
Right.
So that's what I was talking about earlier. When you try to horizontally fracture a well with a vertical access point, you just don't get much bang for the buck, and the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So it's too costly to run high pressure equipment, bring the water in.
And maybe I was getting confused with vocabulary. I know when they perforate, sometimes maybe they acidize. I don't know. They do things down there to improve. Yep. Go ahead.
Yes, they do. An acid job is a different way of stimulating, but not fracturing.
Mm-hmm.
So when they fracture, they basically put enough pressure, hydraulic pressure,
to explode some of the rock and separate the rock formations. That the shale plates are like having a big stack of paper, and the oil is trapped in between those pieces of paper.
Right.
And they go in there and they blast through that horizontally and lift all those pieces of paper, if you will, in the dark shale formation, and that allows the oil to flow back into the wellbore at a much. So you'd end up with a 40 or 50 feet opening in a frac that oil can flow into versus maybe the total of 4 or 5 feet, square feet of surface area just by adding up all the holes in the side of the pot.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And you could draw a picture of what that wellbore looks like with all the perforations in it. It's not just an open tube down at the bottom, just sitting there, waiting for rocks and everything to come back up to the wellbore. It's like having a strainer or maybe a soaker hose that you're trying to make the water go in backwards. It's trying to go in through the holes in the pipe and fill up the wellbore.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of that. And again, it gets really technical, and I'm terrible about getting off in the weeds when I'm talking about this stuff. But the bottom line is, typically on a vertical conventional drill, those things were just drilled down. They have some access for the wellbore to reach the reservoir, and we have to flow that, get a well test. And for years we use frac tanks. We just set them out there when you're doing a new field build, and there's not a pipeline or a tank or a flare. You have no way to unload the well.
Got you.
So you have to unload the well so you have hydrostatic head. For the people that can understand that, it's the water's static pressure built up on top of the column of fluid, and you have to unload that.
Right.
And you're going to have to do something. You have to push some gas down in there, or put a pump truck or something and unload that well into those tanks, because you can't just put it on the ground.
And the truck is temporary. Otherwise, it's a waste of time to build tanks right there. So
that's right. You don't know what you're going to get yet when they open those wells up.
Right.
They may be wanting to unload those wells. This is kind of my hypothesis. They'll go in and unload those wells that are in there, and either set up to drill those on down to the. They could go to the 3,900 feet, which is where the Wolfcamp production is. They could go on to the 7,900 and then set packers at intermediate stages, like they did on some of the. I can't remember the name of the one well that's out there, and they set different zones down the road somewhere. Those are expensive wells, and they must have thought they had a real opportunity.
You must be driving through a zone.
Setting the little, it's like a diverter. It's called a packer, but it's a removable plug that you set in there and let the well fill up in certain reservoirs. But they can do that, and my hypothesis is that's what they're going to do, or they would have a little bit more equipment there, and they'd have a taller rig. I have not seen a close enough up picture of that rig to tell me if it's a hydraulic rig, if it's actually a lattice top, like a regular derrick that's able to handle a couple hundred feet of tubing string. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. But
because the tubing string is going to come in 20 to 40 foot joints, and it looks like they can only pull 1 or 2 joints at a time with that rig.
Yeah.
So that slows things down, and it just doesn't give you the horsepower to go very deep. So I think they're going to use that rig to clean out those existing wells, unload them, see what they've got, and then doing more analysis at that point. But nonetheless, that's very positive. That's the least expensive thing they can do for now to get. Now you ask about the. I know that I probably got the questions all jumbled up in my head, but you said something about the decline. This particular type of well is these shallow 2,200 to 3,900. They're long wells. They're long type wells. They'll last for 50 or 60 years with a get 4% decline rate.
You faded out just then. You faded out. It's 50, 60 years with what decline rate?
Well, with a 2 or 3% decline rate.
Wow.
Decline rate.
That's great.
And so, they do flow lower volumes. You're not going to see 1,000 barrels a day over in this part of the country.
No.
You're not going to see that at that depth anyway.
No.
But you see enough to justify the well. Those wells are all over the place down here and in East Texas, particularly in the old Spindletop fields, 2,500 to 3,000 feet, and they'll just keep flowing. With about every 10% decline, so about every 5 years, you would go in and do an acid job and stimulate the well. So you go in there and clean everything up and rejuvenate, lower the friction coefficients of the rock and the well bore, and bring the production back. They'll run it almost I'd hate to say peak production because that's a different term in economic terms, but it'll run at its optimum production for many years that way. And I'm hoping that's what they're doing. I really do. Unless we see $140 oil, I really hope that they're not chasing the shale right now, because that's a costly venture.
So,
But
yeah,
at
go ahead.
120 to 130, I would definitely want to see them chasing some of the shale out there.
So these reserves are, we don't know the engineering report that they have. We don't know that. But these reserves, they didn't know they had, I think. They're not exploratory if they're pulling plugs out of them. So anyway, how much is
They
proved?
have some sort of geology. They have some sort of records on these wells.
Okay.
But for the same reasons the original producers didn't produce them, you would probably only want to produce them if there was a real high chance of having infrastructure there to flow them into. Or cumulatively, if you were going to have 5 of those wells running 200 barrels a day,
Right.
then you can justify tankage and the flares and things like that. And typically, those wells are very low gas. The gas
Wow.
oil ratio
I was
is
gonna ask.
extremely low. So they may have a lot of water to start with. That's the big thing, is the water is going to be. And sometimes it takes a month to water on those wells, and then you really get to see what your actual oil flow is.
So it could have been priced too. It could have been priced way back when was too low.
Oh, oil was $3 a barrel, I think, in the
Yeah.
books I read when they started drilling that back. There was a group that came in on that southern Indian and Delaware Basin, coming out of the Guadalupe Peaks in New Mexico. I don't remember if it was the Department of Energy precisely or if it was an independent.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lot of activity in that area back then. They're just so far out there, so far from civilizations, no blacktop roads. This was back in the early 50s possibly, and they just hadn't developed much. Prohibitive at $3 a barrel.
Yeah. So there's how many locations do you think there are there?
I think there's 5 that I can confirm, and I heard a rumor there was maybe 2 more that I haven't seen on paper. I haven't seen the well permit records from the state, but I trust the source that told me that I think there were 7. So they would be within. I would say within a half a mile of each other. So, that's pretty decent spacing. Although, you got to be careful how close you go, or you end up sidetracking the well or disrupting the previous well. Or it's kind of like I tell people, it's like sticking three straws in a soda pop. You're not really getting more
Exactly.
soda pop.
Exactly.
You just get it quicker. And so I don't want to see them lower that spacing. Usually they start at 40 acres. And then shrink down.
You don't want the wells to communicate.
Yeah. And you start disrupting some of the rock down there. If you do it too quickly, you get this stuff rumbling and moving. It does seem very, very stationary to us folks on the surface, but the earth does kind of move around down there. And I don't know what kind of rock we're talking about. If that's I just don't know the Waco formation. It's not like it's Austin chalk or Mississippi lime or one of those Pennsylvania silt. You know, those are real soft, slurrious type formations. Get a lot of sand, silt, and limestone debris and stuff coming up through the wellbore, unlike a shale, which comes out, you know, pretty clean.
Well, do you think it's a blanket for sand to speak? I don't know if that's the right word, but do you think there's faulting or anything like that?
I don't think there's any geological survey there that indicates any faulting.
So that
I don't think I think it's fairly stable, but again, I haven't seen the core samples or the any of the test reports where the fluid flowback is analyzed to tell you what really is going on down there.
so if they have 7 producing wells, which is possible, does that set up another pattern or another 7 wells something nearby, or is it? I guess that. How far does the play extend?
If we saw the geology, the actual geotechnical report and the geophysical report that shows where the dense areas are, you know, the best geology in the world, even the 3D mapping, can only show dense phase product. It's like an X-ray.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, you know, you can see that something's there in the shadows of these images, but you don't know until you touch it with the drill bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of like, you know, you may see images on an X-ray, but until you go in with a biopsy and pull something out, can analyze that, you really don't know. You could pull out a piece of this stuff that looks like road tar, you know, and there's a lot of it out there in Texas, not in West Texas that I've ever seen, but there's a lot of this stuff that's really dense and it's hard to produce without geothermal stimulation, you know, some sort of steaming like they do out of Gaviota in California.
Mm-hmm.
Natural steam floods or geothermal floods, hot water, hot oil. But I'm not foreseeing that. I'm just saying that when you see dark images on the geological report, you know something is there. You don't know how mobile it is. You don't know how easy it flows or what gravity. I can pretty much guess that's a high quality 41 gravity API fluid that's a wolf camp. It's been out there for many years. It's going to be there for many more. So I don't know if I'm still answering.
No, you're doing great. I just listening. We don't know. You don't know how big the play might be in total for Next Bridge.
Well, I'm still pretty confident in the 3.2 billion barrel number for the overall play that's within the confines of the university land's boundaries. I'm fairly confident that has stood the test of time. You don't get to just go out there and publish that number on investor reports fraudulently without going to jail. You know, I'm not at all concerned about that number. Now, 3.2 billion barrels at 80% recovery rate, which would be pretty decent. I mean, that would be as big as what Pioneer just sold to Exxon.
Did they finish that sale?
I said it's sold. I mean, it's been assumed it was sold for actually a couple of months, but I think they flanged it up. At least out here, that's what people always thought it was just a done deal. They just needed to sign the papers and get the share cost sorted out. But I think they agreed on 260.
Do you know? I mean, you probably studied it. I have no clue, but do you know what they're paying for reserves in the ground?
I do not. I know that they published 2.2 billion barrels of proven reserves, 350,000 barrels a day of oil production, and about that much in natural gas liquids and natural gas BOE. So that's about 500,000 barrels a day of production. I mean, to get $60 billion price tag, you'd have to extrapolate all that out, William.
Yeah.
But 2.2 billion barrels and 500,000 barrels of production every day. That's what 90 some odd million barrel BOE company wide through 2022. I think is what I read. But That's a lot.
Is it a cash deal or is it anyway?
I think it's all stock.
It's all stock. See, that's a comparable to what could happen here eventually. Anyway,
I'll have to verify that information. I said that a little too quickly. I was told that they'd agreed on the share price, but I do not know that it's 100% stock transfer.
yeah.
But it's still a pretty healthy premium, $260 a share. But Pioneer's been trading for $210.
It's unbelievable. You know what's so frustrating for a guy like me is it's always a cycle, and now we're coming into a good part of the oil and gas cycle. But there was a chance just a couple of years ago you could buy reserves, proven reserves with a discount. Producing reserves, I think, with a 17% discount, and all the rest was for free.
Yeah. Well, that was unfortunately the deal that I think Chevron got when they bought the Noble Energy assets. Noble just got caught on the backside of that phase that you're talking about and got leveraged in debt. And they ended up selling that for, I think, $1 a barrel in place.
Wow.
And $5 a barrel flowing to settle the debt. I mean, they ended up with
God, what a deal.
Yeah, and I mean that's just unfortunate because Noble was such a great company and well run, but when they leveraged too heavy on shale, and they were basically too successful. I don't know if anybody in this group is old enough to remember what was going on, but they created a market and then flooded their own market and drove the price down. You know, they just got so good. Aubrey McClendon with Chesapeake and the old George Mitchell guys and some of these guys that are actually working on the Ore Grande, the original geologists with Torchlight were part of it. They became so efficient. They drove the price down and crashed their own market.
That's amazing. What do you think? Well, we don't have enough information. I use $5 and $10 as a price for oil in the ground if they ever sold, but it's just all speculation. I don't know.
Well, and I've heard you speaking on this a lot, and you and I've talked a little bit. There's a lot to unpack on any one of these deals.
Yeah.
The numbers you're using are maybe a little conservative just to kind of keep it real, but could be a little liberal in that we don't have a lot of knowledge about the debt. See, when you look at $1 a barrel in the ground and you got $21 billion worth of debt, that's a whole different story than what Nexbridge has.
Right.
I see them coming out pretty flat if they were to sell anything or start it. They're really running a flat balance sheet. There's no profit or loss. They're just spending everything they're borrowing and paying it back.
Yeah.
So I don't see them accumulating a lot of debt. It's smart now. 10 years ago, it may not have seemed smart. A lot of people like to manage with high debt, but I think it's really smart now with the cost of capital.
I agree with you. They've got McCabe's debt, but I guess that's friendly debt.
Yeah, I think so. And well, you don't want to. Yeah, I would say that's the right term to use. I wouldn't want to speculate that he's the criminal, in the bunch that's going to take money out of one pocket, put it in the other, and then tell the shareholders to float a boat.
He doesn't strike me that way, but I don't know him. This shallow production wasn't included in this 3.2 billion estimate, or was it?
I couldn't tell you. I think that the property that's drawn out on the map is included in the geological survey.
Okay.
I don't know that they saw at that depth. I did not see anything in the original report more shallow than 3,900 feet. So this one, if it's sitting up there in that 2,200, 2,500 foot depth, it's kind of above the radar. We talk about under the radar, but this is probably above the radar that they were focusing on.
Would it be significant reserves if it's new or not?
it's good production because it's steady, but it's still not. It's not huge. It's
Right.
not. It's not. It's not going to be. Well, again, I don't know what the spacing is on the wells. I don't know how many of them they could put a lot of them in for less capital for sure. But again, a 100 barrel a day well in that formation is going to be a pretty big well.
And it's 40 acre spacing.
I like to see 40 acre spacing. I don't think they're 40 acre. I think someone said there's like, some of them are a couple of 100 feet apart, which is pretty tight. That's pretty unusual for me. And then there's one that's about a half a mile. There's several that are half a mile apart.
Right.
So those tend to be, I don't know. I don't know if I saw a map, I could tell exactly, because they put those in straight lines and a good radius with each other, and they're not just out like a pin cushion, just poking holes everywhere. But
How many acres is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Okay. And then when you started, you were talking about how they're coming down to pull the plugs out. Would they stop there? Or are they going to have? Has it been drilled lower, or do they have to newly drill?
The completion reports show those are between 1,800 and 2,200 feet bottom hole.
Okay.
So they would pull that plug, and then they would progress on further. Like I said, you could go in with a reasonable rig, the small rig that's out there, drill those plugs out, move that rig, drill them all while you're there.
Right.
Move that rig out and bring in a actual lattice top or derrick, and really go to town. And then you start getting into the, drilling a conventional drill, which you can, get 300, 400 feet a day if you get that rate of penetration. You can complete those wells in a month.
Are they? Go ahead.
No, that's what I'd like to see happen, is that really it would make me feel better about what they're seeing in the background, or some of the potential that's out there, maybe with other investors, if they really make a show of strength in one area or the other. By they move these rigs off instead of big rig, then I'm getting even more excited than I am today. And I'm pretty excited about what I'm seeing and hearing.
If they, I'm asking you, if they do go take the plugs out and test, they wouldn't necessarily start producing, but they have proved to themselves what they have, and then they drill deeper. Are they going to be discovering oil if they drill deeper? Obviously, I guess it's just.
Well, for a couple of reasons. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, it's a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Okay. For a couple of reasons, they would label those as exploratory.
Okay.
So they still show up as an expense. You know what I mean? Once they take those out of the expense category, they become an asset.
Mm-hmm.
And they become taxable. So they want to keep everything in discovery mode or appraisal mode as long as they can, because those become liabilities on the balance sheet.
Okay.
So I've heard a lot of stuff through this last 8 or 9 months about all the reasons they're not producing, and that's why it's worthless and all this. There is so much going on behind the scenes that most people don't always know. Now, there's a few accountants in the group that I've talked to that quite handily understand the reasons you label certain assets and liabilities on your balance sheet, and for tax purposes and permitting and government regulations and EPA and OSHA. You got a lot of different rules and regulations in the construction phase and in the development phase from the producing phase.
Right.
I know you understand that. Like building a factory, you don't start paying taxes on even the building if you're going to build cars in it until it becomes an asset.
Right.
And I think people can get their mind around that. Same thing on these wells.
But ignoring the accounting treatment, are they, by drilling deeper, will they be adding reserves or trying to prove up the 3.2 billion estimate? I don't know how to ask that because I don't know if they already proved it in the first place. But anyway.
No, okay. Every well you drill, after you get just the geology, is testing. You know, you're still testing. You're labeling that information for what it's worth in its location, its depth, its quality, the gas to oil ratio, the water to oil ratio. You're still using it for test. Every well you drill from now on has got some sort of a test benefit to it.
Science.
There's a group of engineers that set up the drilling profiles that want to analyze for accuracy and those reasons. So it's still going to be a test. Now it's fair to say and accurate to say it's both. If you're going to produce that because you know it's there, you're still going to get the test benefit of the well information. But if you're producing it now, you have a completely different complexion about it. But so it's hard to answer that in pure terms, like, oh no, they're just still testing. I suspect with McCabe at the helm, every hole they drill is going to be purposeful.
Okay.
It's going to have to be in this price market. It's just there's too much at stake as the prices go up for him to miss the opportunity to say we have provable, producible, flowable oil by the terms, by the definitions that the API, Petroleum Engineering Society, and the SEC make you label, which is for the audience's benefit. It's got to be producible and recoverable with conventional methods that are available to you in the region. You can't say, oh, well, we can go out there and put a stick of dynamite in there and get more oil. You can't use that as your methodology for producing. It's got to be something that's there, because you can say everything's recoverable.
Who were they using as their petroleum engineer?
Well, several. Going all the way back to the Rich Masterson's team, there were several guys that came in from Chesapeake, from Margaret McClendon's group, or in 2014, 2015. They were doing all of the production engineering, the drilling engineering. They even had people ready to do service engineering, but then that's when things went far afield. About the time they got short attacked and they just couldn't raise enough money.
It's horrible.
That's what I mean. The guys that I knew that were working there, that's where they're still involved in it, but they had to go do more freelance stuff and work more mercenary style. They just, when there's a job to do, they go out there and hire themselves out for it. But they're still in close contact with the experts group, it's original. But I'm not going to say their names.
That's okay. You don't have to. You're comfortable with them.
You bet.
And I'm looking at, I had so many questions. So they're going to do 7 wells, but what you're suggesting, what you're hoping, it sounds like, is they first test the shallow, basically that's what they're doing, testing this shallow zone, but then they go deeper. Would they go deeper in all 7 wells, or would it just be a couple of them?
They have every right to, because they're permitted all the way to 79, 99, and that's about where you'll pass through several other of the 6 or 7 zones that are known to be out there. And
right.
8,000 feet is where they typically would start approaching the Woodford Shale and the Barnett Shale again, and then start going horizontal. Again, I would like them to stay in that traditional, conventional vertical drill, just because I know the cost is going to be outrageous for the payback on the shale right now. It's just not the best place to put your money if they can get good production out of verticals.
Right. But it could be science wells going deeper.
Oh, definitely. No, I suspect this is the way it'll progress. They'll drill the first one they're set up on and get in, remove the plug, if that's one of the ones that's plugged. Now, again, I don't have enough information. It's coming at us pretty quick to say that this is, the Johnson A23-1 well, whatever. I don't have the logistics information on the well itself. But
right.
They're setting up on those shallow rigs. They're going to drill the plug out. Then they're going to huddle up and they're going to analyze everything that they can possibly retrieve from that well. And the technology is so much better for them to do that today than it ever has been, even in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
There's more benefits, and certainly from when those wells are really drilled. We don't know the quality of any of the casing that might be employed. Probably has to be drilled out and replaced. It could be. I don't know. They owe, the National Association of Corrosion Engineers, NACE, is going to be involved in determining the quality of that well bore. It's been out there for a long time, and they owe that to the Corrosion Commission a report of what the mechanical integrity is of that system. There's some work to be done, and then they'll decide whether they're going to insert a liner, a replacement casing inside a casing,
Or they have to drill a new well.
They could just drill that and sidetrack it. They could go in and just drill one right next to that one pretty quick, and abandon that particular. Now this would be where you had 2 straws in a bottle of Coke, and you just bent one over and didn't use it ever again.
Right.
So that
So talk about why you're excited. Instead of me asking stupid questions, maybe you can make intelligent comments.
that's a stretch. But thank you for the notion. Well, I'm excited because I've been reading the reports for a year in earnest. I mean, I've seen this stuff back when I originally invested, and I've just, as you probably are, I've never had to be this involved with any investment that I've ever made.
Mm-hmm.
I think I hope that's a common theme for everyone on this stream.
Mm-hmm.
That it's great to have knowledge of what you're investing in. That is what some of the tenets of good investing is invest in something you know, something you like, something you use. I'm not sure that's a good mechanism anymore, but if the original thesis is good, you just let it play out.
Right.
And you just know that it's going to, and you manage your risk. So you don't put more than whatever your metric is, 3 to 5%, 1 to 2%, 10% of your portfolio, whatever. You manage to lose a lot of sleep over it just by sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, I really sold the farm on this thing.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I'm excited because I've been looking at these reports and seeing when they fund, and this will be the first. I mean, they always have funded, whether anybody realizes it or not. They've always funded in October. That's typical budget cycle. They go for funding in October. They secure their notes. They submit a drilling schedule. Sometimes that takes a month to get it approved. Well, them using already permitted wells, they were getting it. So they were ready to go as soon as they got money in hand. I don't know where the funding came from. It didn't come from shareholders because there aren't any. They had to secure private equity, and they've been successful in doing that. And according to their reports, they're not necessarily afraid of gathering up funds for this. They've been successful so far. So
Right.
that's was what originally excited me, is that they're making motion. They are. I mean, not all movement is forward motion. Not all movement is progress, but there's some motion going on out there. I think that's the most exciting thing to me. And you don't just run out there and put that kind of equipment out there just for effect, just to show somebody that you're doing something. This is real. This has got intent and purpose. Now, that's the reason I'm excited. I'm going to let myself go into this thing. Well, they could be going out there drilling those plugs out and then tell us that there's nothing there. That's just not even on my radar.
That's not likely with the size of the camp they're building. I don't know.
No, you're right. I mean, that's what I mean, is there's so many outward indicators. I don't have to be in some of their meetings to know what they're doing, but they've got personnel facilities out there. They've got, got enough pipe. Can't tell what size the pipe is, so I don't know if that's drill stem or if it's casing. But it'd be, if I can get a little closer, and I may actually drive out there.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I may go out there. And I'm going to give it some time to develop something so that I can see some people running around out there when I get there.
And find the bar they hang out at.
Dang right. All I got to do is wait till 2 o'clock in the morning and see which ones are coming out of. Because they'll have just enough time to change their boots and get on the rig.
That's right.
Turn your shirt inside out, and so you don't get it dirty when you wear it again tonight. Anyway, I suspect that I'd like to go out there, and I bet I could get access into the gate and get somebody to talk to me.
Are they drilling on seismic?
I don't know you're talking about just on the seismic.
Well, I'm wondering, I mean, they're going deep. Is there some seismic deep and shallow? I wouldn't imagine they spent the money on it, but I don't know.
Well, they did years ago when they developed those geographical surveys. I mean,
but that would have been single line or something, or.
And it probably was, but they shored that up in when if this is part of on the fringes of the university lands boundaries. This is the other predicate that I'm using to say this is just in the corner of the original university lands. It's not a new named lease. As far as I know, it is still bolted to the Oregon.
Okay.
If anybody else has information, I'd love for them to share that with the group and share it with me, because I don't, unless I go out there, I have not seen any demarcations in the overhead views of the plats that I've seen that would make me believe it's a separate lease. So I believe that they had 3D geology.
Good.
Shored up with the old seismic. They did have some old seismic stuff, but then they had the 3D images as well. So I don't know how they derived them all.
Do you know how much it would cost to drill a 7,900 foot well?
Well, if they do it now, when the drill rigs are still stacking up 6 or 8 every week in Midland, you can probably get that done for under $3 million. Oh, now if your starting point is 2,200, that takes a third of the well depth completely out of the picture. So it's all about time, and that the rate of penetration, and based on the 2 variables in that is the weight on the bit, which is how hard you can push that pipe in the ground, the drill bit, and the rate of penetration at 200 to 300 feet per day. You can get in and out of those wells in about 3 weeks.
Wow.
And right now you're probably looking at under $200,000 a day for rig time.
Wow.
That's a rig and a crew.
But
So
if they go horizontal, it'd take longer, right?
Yes, indeed. It's still about the same rate of penetration, but when you turn and go horizontal, man, that takes a different rig.
Yeah.
See, they're going to have to be set up for horizontal or directional drilling. And it doesn't says they can't drill, map out the 3 zones or 4 that are there in the vertical space, and then come back in and set the directional rig and recomplete, start going horizontal.
I wonder if.
So far, they've not shown a big propensity for that. They've only drilled a couple of horizontal pieces, and they did it's a common method where they go out about 100, 150 feet and they use their well data and then extrapolate that to 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet. And I don't like that. It's an unexact science, but I understand why people do it, especially that they're in the drilling and development field instead of the producing field. If you're already sitting in a field that's got production, you just go ahead and drill the whole thing and then test it.
Right. I'm wondering if they would, because if it's 7 wells times 3, that's 21 million. And I'm sure that's low. That's a lot of money. I wonder if they would just drill 1 or 2 deeper wells. Anyway,
there's an economy of scale here, William, also.
yes.
That you can imagine that if you're set up in close proximity, the rig moving time is, almost they can kind of crawl that thing over there without complete demolition, and you can add several days, at least $500,000. Could take $500,000 off of the rig time to get it relocated. If they're traveling that thing back and forth from the yard to Midland,
Makes
and then
sense.
get it back out 2 months later, then you got 2 or 3 days of travel and setup, and that's still at the same rate. So I would think there's well, you're correct. Let me go back there. I don't want to mislead anybody. You're correct. That would be a large chunk of money. They probably get some discounted rig rates right now because nobody's really drilling. They're losing 6 to 8 rigs a week down there, and so the Schlumbergers, the Halliburtons, and the other drilling, probably not Hudspeth, but other drilling companies are looking for work. They're looking to try to keep their people busy to hang on to them until this thing actually gets legs again and takes off once the demand destruction is over from what we're doing now with our government and the post-COVID issues. And I'm just not going to get political. I have my
I can get political, which is my mistake. It's just because I can't talk about golf, so I don't have limited things to talk about. But I think because of the politics, oil's headed to 150 or 100.
I do too, and I think it's devastating for the country.
Yeah.
People on the next bridge right now are happy about it if we can get this asset unloaded and make some money. But the damage to the overall middle class is absolutely ass kicking.
Oh, it's going to be it's going to be changing the American. We've come to just take some things for granted, and that's going to change. And it's hard. It's hard to look forward to that.
Yeah, this is going to be tougher than the people that now we're better equipped to handle it in some ways and less equipped in others. But it'll be worse than the downturn in the 70s from when the original oil embargoes, drove prices to probably equivalently $200 to $300 a barrel if you price adjusted them to today. But that was devastating for a lot of people in the middle class. And
it's going to be harder to build out of it. I don't know if you knew Matt Simmons. I read his books, and then I met him a couple times, and I had a telephone relationship before he was. I shouldn't say he was killed, but he died young. But he pointed out that one of the issues is the iron. The iron rusts away, so there's a lot of that needs to be replaced too.
Exactly.
It's going to be a heavy lift to get us to get. Anyway, it won't be doomsday. We will still have a good life. It'll just be different.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, we can.
It'll still be better than most of the world gets to live in every day. I believe that, but not as good as it could have been with a little bit more discipline.
I agree. I agree.
That's always a tragedy.
And we can't go back to the 70s in terms of our development style. We need.
That's the thing I think will make it a little easier. We do have some technological advances that we don't have to live without now.
Right.
The other thing is we probably have a softer society with less propensity for hardship. That's what the old adage about, good times make soft people and soft people make hard times. And we've lived in a world of prosperity at least through the mid to late 80s till now. It's been a pretty decent place to be. But we'll see.
Well, I'm old enough to remember the 70s sort of, and my mind was on other things, but I think from Paul Volcker, at some point in Paul Volcker's time to maybe just before Powell's time, that 40 years has been Goldilocks. And we're not going back to that 40 years.
No, we won't be able to just concentrate on sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
No,
We're gonna have to get out there.
you won't be able to.
Get back on.
My brother, he's a lawyer here, but he hopped a flight to Minneapolis to see Pearl Jam and then came back. You're not going to be doing that anymore, I don't think. I was kind of jealous. I would have liked to go and see him. Anyway, I don't know what other questions to ask, but I'd love to set up maybe with Jennifer's help. Maybe we can do some sort of a call after you have more information.
I'm going to be studying it and soaking up all that I can over the next week. I'm not going to get too excited until they've been given enough time to get their camp set up, get the drill running, and just make some progress. We'll see how long they set up on that well, and if we got anybody that can track when they move the rig, that'll tell us a little bit more. But
did you transfer shares to AST, or you always? Several people are asking. I have not. Honestly, I have not. I have shares in 2 accounts. I transferred one of them and I kept the other as MMTLP. So,
well, I'm kind of, my original intent was to move, and I have some in 2 accounts, and I was going to move about 80% to NextBridge regardless, and then just keep the other for the what if case on a settlement or some sort of a commercial viability on the remaining shares. I think there'll be something that comes to those shares that are still held in limbo by Gensler and his goons.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
but then after the other S1 came out talking about the dividend and the other oil play, I'm kind of waiting to see that develop, see what happens there, see when that gets 100% flanged up. And I'm not scared that they're going to go into some place and leave me behind. I'm guaranteed, in my mind, I'm guaranteed to be part of that, because my documents still say that I will either get a chance to sell them or I'll be transferred. My documents from Fidelity, the original ones, say that I don't have to do anything.
Right.
It says a lot of people may have those original Fidelity documents. It says the shareholder is not required to make any other action. That was not necessarily spelled out clearly to the people that once it started trading, but it was on all of the ones that were gifted as a dividend, as a non-valued dividend placeholder. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of gambling on that, I suppose, but if the S1 gets finally flanged up and approved, and looks like it's time to start thinking about maybe reaping the benefits of some of the Vermilion Parish project that McCabe spoke of.
Is that in Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And I've spent a lot of time in that parish. It's an oil-rich, target-rich environment.
Are they going deep?
Well, yeah, those are probably
16.
Those are closer to 10,000.
10,000. But it's gas, isn't it? Isn't it gas?
Well, it's gassy. That production over there is it's inconsistent. There's something in every hole down there, but I produced a lot of gas into that Henry Hub straight out of the Vermilion Parish wells, and produced a lot of oil back into the Mont Belvieu, Channelview liquids lines back toward Houston. I don't know what the geology looks like. I don't know where his well's located, but I know it can go either way. That's
actually exciting.
I think so. And he's got about 1,000 acres over there, which you could put 20 or 30 wells pretty quickly, and they go to production. There's not any need to test them. Your reservoir's already been defined. You just bought a chunk of it. So
I love that.
Yeah, me too. I got real excited about that, but I'm still waiting to see what part of that. That's the Bronco project, I believe is what it's called.
Bronco.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm just waiting to see how that goes. So that's the answer to my AST question, and there's no other reason that I'm not transferring. Just that I haven't. I feel like I'm safe.
I think I transferred some. I didn't. I'm not a. I did own Torchlight, but I sold it, so I missed out on that. But I think I'm persuaded now that the system, whatever you want to call it, Wall Street, I think is going to have to settle it up, and it's going to be a big number. Well, I don't know what the number is going to be. I have high numbers. I'm ready to be proven wrong, but I don't think it's going to be 298 either. So
no, and I suspect it's going to be they'll get their brain trust assembled and they'll come up with something that's very close to what the share price of NextBridge will be.
that's my opinion. And
you're not going to get two groups that far apart, because then you'd end up with lawsuits forever.
exactly. And you're going to have to get sign-offs. I don't think the McCabe's of the world and the rest of them are going to strike a deal for themselves that doesn't include everybody else. So
I agree. I agree with that.
I think there's a lot of reasons for people to feel confident in this unique situation. I know it's painful. They just talked about, God bless, I hope he's okay, a man that came close to ending it because of this. But I think people have to realize your money is not stolen. It's in a limbo, but you're also in a private placement in a way that you would never have access to. And it could be very rewarding. But I don't think that the system is, I know the system's not giving you zero back.
No.
But I also don't think Wall Street can wait much longer before they settle up.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what kind of pressure they're getting in real terms from Congress. I know there's a lot of activity, a lot of call.
They don't want this proven to be a problem. They don't want, if there's any honest journalists out there, knowing that they're selling fake shares. They don't want it out there. They don't want disclosure.
No, you're right about that. I don't know that they fix it to keep that from being a case, or if they, there's a lot of powerful, corrupt people that have ways to, I'm not trying to get too conspiracy theorist on it, but there's other things they can sweep under the rug. I'm not afraid of that. I think we got enough exposure. We got a few lights shining on it. And like someone has said over and over, I think it was Berta that coined the phrase, we've got a crime scene frozen in time.
Yeah, that's a good one. I never heard it. Good one.
Yeah, I think he said that on one of the earliest times I ever saw him speak. But
that's a good one.
I think that's true. I mean, all the records should be readily available. All we have to do is get enough subpoena power to review them. So,
they're trapped too. Ham always says that. They're trapped too. And
that's true. They are trapped.
It's not just our side. They're trapped. So anyway, I'm not worried now. For a long time, I wanted to have the shares instead of MMTLP. But now I think any settlement, any situation, it's going to be like water. It's going to seek its level. One side's not going to be higher than the other side. So.
Yeah, and I always did want the NextBridge, but that was based on the oil market at the time, and that has changed a little bit. And knowing that, like as of last December, I was willing to go. If it was going to squeeze, I didn't even know anything about a squeeze, but if it was going to squeeze last December, I would have sold it all and then came back around and bought NextBridge on a private treaty.
Yep.
Or buy another oil company that was a little bit more,
further along. Yeah,
a little further along, and they had actual published earnings.
Yeah.
And then just keep your eye on these development projects and buy into them. If you're into the energy market, like I am, I wasn't getting in a hurry, so I was willing to sell into the short squeeze. But
So was I.
I'm not,
So was
not disappointed either way. I'm just not disappointed. I'm disappointed in the debauchery and the state of affairs we have in this market, but just in general crookedness. But I'm not disappointed either way I go. If they called me and said, "Well, you missed the deadline, and you have to go to next bridge with everything," that's okay too.
Yeah, that's all good with me. No one's asked this today, but they were talking about it last night, and I personally think it's the wrong time in development to think about it. But maybe you can put it into context of where it might come in. If we just own an oil and gas company, will there be distributions, or will it all be sold before we ever have to think about that?
My experience with this is that typically the distribution would have to be a special distribution. A lot of times voted on by the shareholders.
Right.
They have to approve it, and they're not allowed to even offer a distribution until there's positive earnings.
I would think so, and they've got to take care of the debt obligation. And you want to develop your properties out of cash flow. You don't want to distribute your cash flow, I don't think. But
that's typical. That's what I'm used to. So
yeah.
But it wouldn't be. I mean, I think what everybody formed as a thesis was that the company would sell down into another company. That NextBridge would retain a piece for their own benefit for future use, and then they would go on and continue to develop for other people, and then whoever bought it would be beholden for the dividend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the way I think most people framed this in their mind, and that's certainly the way I had it framed.
Right. That makes sense. I just forgot my last question. We were talking about cash flow, distribution. Oh, when do you think, based on your accounting explanation, that they want to keep this as an expense, not an asset, and all that kind of thing, when do you think they would go into production? When would it start cash flowing? Even if they get these wells going, maybe they wait till next year to cash flow. I don't know.
Well, when they believe that they can produce enough cash flow to pay their expenses,
right,
and to pay the operating expenses, they'll have to have an OPEX budget created. Probably they have to have a way to market, which is pretty easy. Trucking is not a big deal. They'll have to get their permits, and that's not going to be a big issue as far as the environmental permits. And so there's a couple of steps that probably take at least 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
If they hit a big gusher out there today, they can get interim approval to flow that to commercial market straight out of the well. You can take a truck out there and flow it right into the well. If that's kind of well you're talking about, I haven't seen many of those. There are some over in the East Texas area. Chevron has, but they could find a way to get it sold. But normally they're going to take an approach. They're going to run an OPEX budget. They're going to then extend a CAPEX budget for further development. They're going to get those approved. They're going to apply for all the permits and say, we're going to flow these wells at this rate. They got to get Railroad Commission approval. They're going to have this much environmental impact. They got to get that approval from the EPA. They're going to flare, or they're going to capture the gas. They're going to do some sort of carbon capture. That takes about 90 days if they've got the right engineering staff gathered up at the moment that they decide to do it. So I would say it's to produce. It's well into next year since we're already in October.
Right. Well, I think that's good, actually, from the standpoint of your accounting distinction. Why not do it next year?
Yeah.
And I think oil prices could be higher next year.
I'm afraid so. It would be fine if it would settle around 100. I know a lot of people have been messaging me about when I said $85. Well, $85 wasn't a threshold that you never go back. I mean, you're going to have to stabilize at above 85 to 90 for 2 or 3 months without any reversion back. And look at it this week; it's lost almost $10 a barrel in futures market. And until they stabilize that, and that came largely from the economic information that came out last week.
It's so tough. Um, oh gosh, my brain. I had a question.
GDP is certainly suspect right now. The way they're monkey. I studied on this a good part last week about the way our government is now perverting the equations for GDP, and it's kind of disturbing. They're not taking they're taking gross domestic product like in America right now. We just sell a lot of products back and forth to each other. We're not an exporter of too much. So it's not income. It's not coming in. And the original intent for some of that gross domestic product was what kind of money we're bringing in. And so it's almost like this big family of business where we're just buying and selling products back and forth to each other and really not growing because we've almost turned ourselves into a service industry country. Our manufacturing is in such terrible shape.
Our manufacturing is in China.
Yes, absolutely. They're not part of our family. That's the problem. Is we're not sharing the welfare. So that's disturbing to me the way that's going, and that's going to drive. We are going to have to become a net exporter of hydrocarbons in total before we really see the oil prices become a new revenue income center for the United States.
Right.
It's not. And I see plenty of opportunity with India and China. Unfortunately, they're growing. They actually have economic growth plans that are not mired in all the political stuff that we have going on. So anyway, I kind of got off.
No, it's interesting. We can.
Well, it is interesting. I just need to keep it to myself because I study it in a vacuum and I haven't formed all my opinions yet. But
Well, someday we'll talk about it because it is risky sometimes live because some people get upset. But my view is we got to face it if we're going to have a better future. We got to face it.
Well, I'm a little different in that category. I'm not a popular enough person to worry about if I have to. And it sure makes my life easy.
I have a lot to learn from you.
Now, that doesn't mean I don't have to dodge once in a while. I see a stray shot coming. But,
That's great. Well, I'm excited. I wonder. We don't know, but if they develop these 7 wells shallow, that's great. But if they go deep, and find something, you remember, and I don't know, the audience probably doesn't care, but in Texas, you had to produce one zone at a time. I believe that used to be the way, but then now you can produce everything all at once.
Yeah.
And so you could have a big well.
Yeah, you could open those up now. There are still some restrictions there that make it not as desirable to do.
Right.
But honestly, I don't think they would do that. Even if they found like the Wolf Camp at 3,900 and the Woodford Shale at 7,900, I doubt you'd ever see them simultaneously produce that. I think you would set a packer below the 3,900 and isolate that bottom tier, and then you wait for prices to come up to open that up because that's a more costly production.
I see. What do you think the lifting costs are? Finding what? I guess
out there, if it on a vertical, overall, I think it's probably 15 to 25.
And the finding, I guess we know the finding, but you have to add that in too.
Well, I'm thinking total cost. I mean, recovery cost to get it.
Okay.
That's what I would say. I've seen numbers as high as 41, but not in that area, and they must have been on some sort of a secondary recovery, like a water flood, CO2 flood,
right?
Some sort of a miscible flood.
Right. So you're saying 21 to 35? Did you say?
I would say between 15 and 25.
Wow. Wow. So 75 oil is great.
Yeah, I think that it is. $50
So,
margin there. If you were $50 above your commodity price is $50 above your recovery cost, Now, again, I see a way of engineering that field where I would immediately start building the gas pipelines there on property and consume every bit of my gas myself.
Right. It's not worth selling the gas. Use it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's worth a lot more to generate electricity. You can
Yeah.
set those micro gen sets out there and be turning your own power, and that's got a huge tax advantage.
Yeah.
And you're carbon capturing, you're generating your own power, and you can go to production almost immediately.
Maybe they can mine some Bitcoin too.
Well, they are mining some Bitcoin down toward McCamey.
They are?
McCamey is south and toward Rankin. It's south of Midland on 349, but that's the big thing down there. A couple of my
I have a really good friend in Midland. I'm not going to give his name over the phone, but I bet you know him. I've never been. My dad was once, but I'd like to go to Midland.
Well, that's the big thing is this off gas is now becoming very popular with the Bitcoin miners, and there's a huge facility being built out there south of Midland that a couple of my friends they were in the construction business with me, or they were doing construction while I was with the oil company. But my communication with them is that's kind of where they've headed for cover until the oil business comes back.
Wow. Amazing. You've had an interesting life.
Well, that's an understatement. I wouldn't trade it.
No, I look forward to getting down there. I can't think of any other questions.
Do you drink?
I used to, and I might again, but
Like this morning or a couple of years ago?
I haven't had a drink in over 4 years, and I used to drink. I don't believe I'm alcoholic, but I just went through a series of crises in my life all at once, and I wanted to be clear-headed. And then it's just extended for a while, and yeah, I didn't want to do any late night emails or listening to Steve Earle or something and drunk.
Yeah.
But I haven't had a desire to pick it up, but I do admit to a slight fear.
Some people that always want to come to Texas, they want to go dancing.
Well, I'd love to go dancing. I'd love to go.
Some people don't dance unless they drink.
I don't dance when I drink, but I like honky tonking. I like music, and
Well, Billy Bob's Texas is still a good place to do it. Fort Worth, Texas.
I'd love it. I told you the last time I was down in Texas, I was in Amarillo, and I loved
where I
it.
am right now.
Are you really?
I am.
I was at the.
Between Amarillo and Dumas.
Wow. I was only there maybe 4 days, but I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah. Well, I did open an account at the Happy Bank.
I want to open an account.
I took a picture of it for you, so I'm going to send it, but I don't have any way to send you anything, and I'm not on the Twitterverse anymore.
There's a law firm there in the middle of town that I can almost remember. It's a brown building, sits all alone, but it's a good law firm, and that's where they were having the presentations for the oil deal that I was involved with. But I loved it. I loved being there.
It's a great little town. I mean, it's a big small town.
Yeah.
Sits on Interstate 40, a lot of through traffic, and but it's still a small town.
It's a bit flat.
It is plenty flat. That's for sure. You can see tomorrow's weather and see it again. You know.
But everybody was so nice. Everybody was so nice, and there's a guy here, Kuda guy is only 50 miles away, and Ian Tucker's saying Billy Bob's is fun.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of nice. I hear that a lot when I tell people I'm from here or spend a lot of time in Texas, and it's just odd to me that that's what we're known for, is being so nice. I think it's just normal. You know, I think
Well,
a lot of nice people in South Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama and in the South are just, manners were a big deal when we grew up, and that translates to, I guess, people thinking you're nice.
Well,
I would rather be, you know, my dad used to say it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice.
I love that.
And I kind of grew up with that creed, and I like that.
I love that. And you're right. Everyone was polite now that you mention it. I just figured they were being nice.
Well,
Of course, they all knew I was this important YouTube movie star. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah, you just have that persona when you walk in. Tell them you
Just-
have to save your voice. You can't talk to them. I got to save my voice.
Yeah, I was just saying, do you know who I am? No, they wouldn't have. They never did that.
We'll just tell them you know Pecos Bill.
I will. I will. But
Oh man! All right, guys.
all right.
I've got a couple of horses to feed, and
Well, it was certainly kind of you to come on. I know from the reactions, everyone's impressed with you, but maybe we'll learn more and we'll do it again soon with
well,
people.
I will reach out to you now
All
that
right.
I have your number, and
Awesome.
I'll message you once in a while and let you know what I'm finding. And if I go down there, I'll definitely try to photo journal everything that I can see. And it's just about educating the community. You know, I can only imagine what it's like for that to be in the dark on a lot of things, not including just not knowing what all the terminology and the lingo and what's going on. And Nextbridge is certainly the most closed off. I mean, they're tie-hold company, not uncommon with a lot of private companies that I've dealt with, but I never needed so much information.
Right.
So I wasn't as anxious about not having the information. But I did invest with several of the guys from the BHP Billiton spinoff in Australia, and they went private with their small companies, and we got letters every day.
Well, this does seem to be a tight hole type situation, but on the other hand, maybe it's just because of all the legal risks because of everything going on. I don't know.
Rest assured, it has something to do with that. They just have to be real careful managing their communication.
Yeah, but I have you know the other guys, but I know John Berta not face to face, but I have tremendous confidence that these gentlemen are going to look out for everybody. Samantha's saying hello to Whiskey. Is that your horse?
That is my horse.
Yeah, she's saying say hello to Whiskey.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm on me out playing John Wayne.
I love that.
I'm a YouTube sensation too. You know, you didn't realize I got one whole video on YouTube.
All right, I'll look it up.
Anyway, a lot of people know that horse because she's a world champion American quarter horse.
Oh, I love quarter horses. But
Genuine Whiskey Stick is her.
Whiskey.
Yep.
Awesome.
Anyway, yeah. Well, y'all take care.
All right.
And we'll connect again real soon. Enjoy talking to you.
Thanks a lot, Pecos. No, the pleasure was ours. Pleasure was ours.
I attended the Texas pickleball tournament in San Antonio last weekend.
As a participant or an audience member?
Well, I was an audience. My son was playing, him and his wife, and had a great time. I'd never seen it before. I always thought it was kind of like an old person's game. I figured it'd be something I'd be playing in a retirement home someday. But you can tell him I said that to him.
I will tell him that, but I've heard that it's destroying tennis because everyone loves it. But I will tell him that.
Well, it's probably a lot easier to play than tennis, so people are it's kind of like miniature golf versus real golf. So, but a lot of people play it. It was a big tournament, huge.
Kuda guy lives north of Amarillo, I think he's saying.
That's where I'm at, north of Amarillo right now.
North of Amarillo. All right.
Amarillo and Dumas. Well, listen to everybody. Y'all take care, and we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks a lot. It was wonderful. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. It's 6:26. My dog wants to be walked, but I'll go to 6:30. Heidi, you're smart because down south, oh, bless his heart. Bless his heart. That's not a compliment. It's not good. Bless your heart. All right, everyone. So that was a great call. I thought. I hope it wasn't boring to anyone else. I'll try to set it up that we have more give and take. You can tell that I only know enough about oil and gas to, get in trouble. But with oil and gas, it's always something. But my goal, and I think Bill's goal, is do not despair. If you own MMTOP, please don't despair. That is, and that's going to renew my commitment to what I'm doing, rather than being self-centered. Because to hear that people are in pain, it's what Pecos Bill said. You're in the dark. And so your mind starts going, you don't know what to think. But this is a good project. I have what I consider reasonable numbers, but they may be way too high. But I will say this, what you get is going to be higher than zero for sure. And it's going to be higher than where the stock is going to be, a lot higher than what you paid for it. Is that worth all this pain and suffering? I don't know. But the only thing is, please don't despair. Please do not let your brain run away so you start feeling the pain and then you do something that you can't change. This is going to be okay. And I will caution, there are risks as you develop a project that you run into something that all of a sudden it's not great. But I didn't hear that in his voice. And from my study of Torchlight and other projects there, I have to say, I don't see any reason why this is not going to be, like he called it, manufacturing. After you start, or he said it's like manufacturing, but after you start drilling the shallow wells out, you know what you have. It can be quite exciting. But please, you are going to get money back from this. Whether it's a cash settlement from Wall Street, which I think is going to be more than you think, or it's going to be a sale of Nextbridge eventually. I don't expect Nextbridge to be for sale anytime soon. That's my opinion, because if you're, oh, I lost it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. If you're, where is it? I guess I lost it. But I drew before a S curve. But basically, we're too low in the curve to sell. I think it has to move up higher so you get more. Anyway, but a Wall Street settlement for MMTOP, in my judgment, it could all fall in place fairly quickly. I don't have any inside information on that. It's just that they've had plenty of time to study it. And the two incentives to get it done, three incentives to get it done. One, the value of Nextbridge keeps getting proven higher, in my opinion. Two, if they pay it out this year, they can write it off on their taxes this year. And I think that's important to them. And three, they don't want the public to know what's going on. And the more people like Busy Brands, Anna, Junk Savvy, the 100%, C Plant, I'm sorry, I can't remember all of them quickly. So many people are Patrick and the lawsuits, Rosa, and Not Legal Advice, and Big JR, and Little JR, and JJJJR, and Ham Sidekick. As everyone is working hard, the risk they run is the news breaks through the membrane into the brain from, oh, they're crazy, to, oh my gosh, that's what's going on. They don't want that. Alan from Alameda Bill thinks it could be sooner than later. I think it really could be. The reason I think it could be is they're fulfilling all transfer requests. They never were doing that before. So that's my main thing. Yeah, Alan, it could take a very long time, but remember, it's already taken a long time. So the further wait may not be bad. For me personally, I'm actually thrilled to have part of my position in the private company without while reserving all my rights, um, uh, because it's like being in a private placement, and they can't short it, they can't kill it, and it looks like, to me, it's a good project. This Matheson guy, it was good. But in terms of the Wall Street settlement, if it comes to that, that could be a lot more quickly than you think. Legally, it could take forever. Legally, a legal settlement, that would depress me. Exactly, Deacon Blues. Thank you, Heidi. And Heidi, I can't say bless your heart. I don't know what, when you take that out of the language, what do you say? I hope your heart is blessed. Yeah, I have, the majority of mine is at AST, but I have some left behind. So because Bill is positive, and you know what I notice about him? He does his homework. Yeah, Kudakai, thanks for listening. You're welcome. I'd like to meet Whiskey. All right, I'm gonna sign off and wish everyone, because my dog is giving me the slant eye. He's eyeballing me. So I'm gonna sign off. Wish everyone, particularly that gentleman that was on busy space call, I wish him surcease from his pain and doubts, and I pray that he can get some sense of peace. I wish all of you peace. I hope next time I will let Pecos Bill know that Jennifer and Busy put that all together, and I will include them in anything further that we do. I hope all of your hearts are blessed, and we will finish with peace, love, and happiness to each of you. And maybe we'll come on this weekend. I don't know, but I think fingers set up for something dramatic next week. So, cheers. 301 days already. That's so long. That is so long. That is so long. That's awfully nice. Okay. So, as we say down in the South, ciao.